Hello, everybody. I'm too low because my desk is. Hold on.
It's a lot louder. It's falling out.
Okay. There we go. What's up, everybody? How's it going? What's going on, Oshik? How are you doing? Ooh. Sure hope nobody redeems custom Starground hat in the stream today. The stream that's currently going on. That would be so tragic if somebody did that. Yeah, I would. It'd be crazy. It'd be insane. Oh man. Yeah, I'll have to get started on the hat system eventually. I'm not exactly sure what I'm gonna do for that yet. Just with like, you know, all the different animations and stuff. It's easy with something like the, you know, fish catching and walking and the idle and all that stuff. But when it gets to the death and then also the rolling animation, it's, you know, it's a little tricky. Maybe I just do like a funny little thing where the hat just kind of... Oh, audio is dying. My audio? Or yours? Jack Black, right? I'm getting really tired of this issue. Well, give me 1 second. We'll start messing around with that. I gotta send a message here. Yeah, it's frustrating. Okay. All right. Let's try and fix the audio then. Get just angry. The stupid audio thing keeps happening. I'm gonna listen back to it right now because I just need to see, like, how bad is it? I don't know what to do. I guess I just gotta get a new audio interface. I mean, I don't know. They're expensive, though. Let me load this up. This is gonna be annoying for a minute, guys. I'm just gonna mute this desktop audio. Oh yeah. It's pretty poppy. Ooh. Well, sometimes this works. Moving the bar around. I don't know why. Does that sound good? I think it stopped popping. No, it just popped. But it's better, I think. Yeah, I have no idea what's up with that. It's really frustrating, though. Hopefully I can figure out how to fix that one day. Hey, Dobato, what's up? Welcome in. One thing that I can think of for fixing it is just changing my USB port. I really don't think that's the problem, but you never know with these things. I don't know where that USB is currently plugged in. I mean, it should support USB 3.0. But, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes we have weird issues with USB 3.0s and stuff, because my mouse receiver, when it was plugged into a 3.0, it kept causing me a lot of issues, so... I wonder if I have another... The issue is I don't think I have another USB 2.0 extension cable. So, I might be cooked. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. Well, I could just try a different USB port in general. So what's up, Dublato? Yeah, so we're having audio issues right now. I'm gonna take a look at it here, though. Decided to create a game for once. That's awesome. Yeah, keep chatting about it. I'm gonna go behind to my computer and change the USB port and see if that helps. I'm back. Sorry about that. So I plugged it into a different USB port. We're gonna try it out. I hope it works. I don't know. Any differences so far, or does it still popping? Let me go give it a listen. Hello, I'm testing my microphone. Sounds okay so far. So, let me know if it starts popping again. I don't know. I don't know what to do. But we'll keep trying. One good thing is that the cable seems to be USB 2.0, so I don't know, maybe it's just the USB port that I had it plugged into. I don't really want to have to spend another like $200 on an audio interface right now. So if we can just get it working, that would be ideal. Sorry, let me read everything in here. Story given about hacking in the style tech support error unknown. I haven't heard about that. Tech support error unknown. Let me go ahead over here. Yeah, I've not seen this. Yeah, that's pretty epic. I haven't figured out the gameplay loop or anything yet, just experiment with some ideas. Yeah, that's the way to do it, right? Just start messing around with things that are fun to you. And eventually something will show up. Yeah, that's nice. It's always really fun making a project that's not like required of you, you know? It's yeah, it can get really old having to do you know, the same stuff all the time. Let's see here. Yeah, so should be fine. Okay, so what we're gonna do is I wanted to push up the zip line a little bit. So that's gonna be minus 48. It's weird how we have to calculate this because we go 32, then we have to go 24 down, and that's the bottom spot. And then 48 from there is where the line is. Right there. Right? So that's where our zip line is going to be. I'm going to adjust things around now. The reason why I want to push this all up is just because it's feels a little weird right now with like trying to actually get in. Let's see, because if we go to 32, because right here is the center of where the collision box is, so it's just, yeah, I gotta move these up, and I think putting them up at the top like this is gonna be better. Hopefully I didn't mess up the vertical position. Now we're good. So now, if we take another look at this, the zipline is actually in the center of where the opening is, so it's just gonna be better that way. I'm probably also going to extend out this little platform though, just to kind of make that even better. That goes right there. All right. So yeah, anyways, today we're just gonna be working more on Tephra stuff. I think it's about time to finally start adding in like enemies and stuff, so we're probably gonna spend a bit of time doing that. And yeah, just continuing to flesh out the environment and stuff. It would be cool if we can get around to like obstacles and stuff in the environment. So we'll see. What is up with that? Okay. So I think this is going to be a line just way better. Let's go ahead and just resave that really quick, and then I want to load into the game and just take one more look. Because before I do all the other ones and realize that I made a fatal error. I want to make sure it's fine. All right. Come on. Oh, why am I Chinese? Okay. This better look wondrous, and it better feel good to walk into it, or I'm going to freak. Alright, so that's lined up pretty good right there, yep. And I should be able to just walk straight into the side of this, and it should be okay. Yes. Now, obviously, the player position is different. Just gonna have to fix that now. It's not a big deal. But that's definitely better. Because now it's just a matter of just, yeah, walking to the side here, right? Because before it was weird. It was like you had to walk up at the top. I don't know. It just didn't feel right. But this is good. Because the collision shape is going to be centered right here. That's centered around, right? That's like 0, 0 on the door. So the zipline still isn't really centered around that, but I don't want it to be too tall. I mean, it's probably okay. Unless we do want to push it up even more and then just like squish down the top, right? So what we could do is this. Move it up by a pixel. And we can try and get it so that we are actually centered, because it would be nice, right? So that's the center point. We can just grab all this stuff, right? Like this, and move it up until we are at the center, which is right there. So that would probably work. To make sure everything looks good in there. Yeah, so I think it's just gonna be better aligned that way, because now it's actually the base, right, is in the center of where the door opening is. And like it's probably even fine to push it up higher if we wanted to. But I don't want to go too high with it. I think it's fine. Alright. Okay, gamers. So we're gonna copy that again. Move it on over here. Why does that red look stupid? Okay, because it was stupid. Now, since we did move it up one more pixel, we might have to move the zip line up again. The other option is that we just grab this one and move it down. That's probably fine. Okay. And now there's errors. Let's just do another calculation of our row position. I mean, it's not going to be perfect because it's a 3 wide instead of being an even number, so it's, yeah, whatever. Let's not even bother. Oh, it already updated. Cool. So yeah, I mean, I think that looks good. It's just better aligned, because now it's like, it's lined up on this center, like the center of these two tiles. So you could just walk in the center and it looks like it's in the center, right? That's the thing that I think is important. So only other thing then that we have to do is, let's just go here, right? So that's fine there. We have to change all this stuff in here. And I'm just gonna say minus 16 on there. Right, because we need to be like attached to the zip line, so. Hopefully that'll work. Let's try that out. Ooh. Oh, it's a vector. My bad. Okay. Let's try this. Alright, for some reason the target position is not correct. So tween property position. Position minus vector 2, 16. Okay, there we go. Now we're being attached to the line there. So now that looks pretty good. One thing that I've noticed that's a little odd with this is the way that the door is depth ordering. As you can see. It definitely is odd. I think it's because, you know, we had it centered on the bottom for the other doors. Right, so that you like go into it. But now it looks a little weird, so I think we're gonna have to fix that. But okay, this is working though, and I think the sprite looks good there. So we can probably go ahead and flesh out all the other sprites now. So doing the left one is rather easy. We're just gonna grab these and say flip horizontal. Flip horizontal. Now this is Tephra door left. And we're gonna have to do the front facing one, which is gonna be a little annoying, but it's fine. So let's go open up our door. It's gonna be door up. That's what we're looking for. Now this one has a bunch of frames because it has like a door opening and closing, but I can't really do that with a zip line, so I'm just gonna ignore it. We're just gonna do 2 frames. And I'll give this like a pretty wide thing up here. Oh, I don't know, 7 tall. So that probably overhangs. And then we've got this like middle segment. Alright, which will probably be, thinking 24. That's just gonna go down wherever. And then, let's see here. Bop. We've got the base. And then we're gonna need the top bit, which would be like 6 or something. Alright, so those are the main shapes. We've also got the sidewall here. Probably like 6. Then how tall is this one? That is 4. I think this will look okay. And that one over there, we'll probably do like 8. Alright. So now we gotta go through and do all the other little bits and bobs. Imagine that will just extend another 6 out over here. Now I'll go back pretty far. Right there is probably fine. Right, we're getting there, guys. Boom, boom. And let's see, I want to do some rounded. Put those up over there. And now I've still got to do this one on the side here. And then also this has like a little bit of a ridge thing here. No, 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 no. It's not Skibbity Toilet. Take it back. Oh, wrong chat again. It's always getting the wrong chat a lot, huh? So that's going to be near the back. How tall is this? 5 pixels. Something like that, then. Don't ask why people ask things that the answer is Skibbity Toilet. Yeah, I don't even want to know. Okay, so I'm going to copy this. Boom. Boom. Alright, looks about the same. It's a little different. Oh yeah, the little support here, I almost forgot. So that'll just be like boom, boom, boom. Something like that. I imagine that's going to be like that. Right around there. Okay. Today's question was, what's the best series ever if all other series didn't exist? Huh, okay. Not my pick, but interesting. Alright, and I'll also do this. Alright, we are basically there. Just a couple things that I need to do. Like those, let's see, would those have a taller shadow? I don't even know. It's fine where it's at. As the shadow goes the other way on that one now, I don't even really care. Also, maybe we add a shadow to this. Just a little bit of one. But I don't know how I feel about that. I think it looks kind of stupid. So no shadow. Alright. I think we're pretty much good to go. The only thing that I'd probably do is just shrink the centerpiece a little bit. Yeah, that looks good. Alright, guys. Outlining time. Uh-oh. That's supposed to be a little higher over here. Fill in these goobers. Boom. Alright, so that's the top. Top done. We'll still have to figure out how I can, like, make it look like a boss one. Because that's gonna be something that might be a little tricky. But maybe we just have, like, a little thing that sticks out that has a skull on it or something. It doesn't have to be crazy. It's just gotta indicate that it's a boss door. So yeah, all I'm gonna do for this animation is just this. Also, the only thing I thought of here is maybe doing darker one there and maybe a bright one here. Because it's at a slope, so kind of makes sense. Yeah, I'm just going to crop it to these two. Boom. So we have to figure out the positioning of how we can get that bit up there. So I'm just going to call this Tephra door up. There we go. So the final one is the bottom one. Also, just out of curiosity, let's see where these zip lines are going to land right now. So it's going to land right there in the center. That is not where we want it. So we want to push it like 28 pixels up. So just to do that really quick, I'm going to say, right, I think we need a variable for, yeah, for a zip line offset or something. Otherwise, if it's not to the right, then it should be the other one. Did my camera just flicker off for 1 second? Or did I see the wrong thing? Okay, minus 28. Does that take into account the bottom position? Right. Because the bottom position on up is going to be minus 16, and same for down? Oh, down doesn't do that. So then it's actually going to be less or more than we think, because down 16 is right here. So we want it to be, yeah, 44 up from there. I mean, unless we just do frickin' 48 for all of it. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. And let's go ahead and add all these sprites in. Starground region Tephra up. This song goes hard, guys. All right, Tephra up. Make sure these do not loop. I haven't set 60 FPS. I don't think it matters because it's 2 frames, so I don't think it's going to make any difference, but I'm just going to keep it consistent. Alright, so that should be good there. We don't have the bottom one yet, but I just kind of want to see what the top one looks like. Make sure the left and right are all good, so... Man, I am freaking hungry. For lunch, I had 1 cherry tomato. It's basically not even eating anything. That's okay. I'm going to have fried chicken tonight. Alright. So yeah, that looks pretty good there. The other one should look just fine then. Yep. And we'll have to mess with the depth ordering stuff, because obviously now it's like weird, because all of a sudden now the depth ordering has changed. So, because I want the player to be in front until they hit the bottom. But right now they're going back down here. So, yeah, it's definitely weird. I'm going to have to probably have different offsets for each door and stuff. Excuse me. But yeah, what does this top door look like? That actually looks pretty good. The zipline is attached to the top, right? Now, obviously, the other side of it is going to be a little weird. but it's not a big deal. So yeah, we're just gonna modify that one. The zipline is definitely going too far because it's way overshooting the top one. So we're gonna have to figure that out. I wonder if I should also make the zipline. Yeah, I might do that. Ordering, I'm just gonna say -1. So that should always put it like, yeah, underneath, like it's attached. And honestly, that seems like it's a little too high maybe now. So let's go back into here. I am going to create a variable, var zipline offset vector 2, right? And then down here is where we set that. So we're going to say zipline offset will be vector 2 of 0 minus, let's go to 44. Curious to see what that's like. All right. Then now in all these places where I was messing around, we can fix it now. Right, so where randomly here I just say -16 for some reason, I can say plus zipline offset. Now, that's going to be a lot. I think what I need to do is like probably do half of whatever the zipline offset is or something. I don't know. We have to figure out what that's going to be. Because, yeah, I think it should be... If that's where the... Yeah, we'll figure it out. And then same with this thing here. Plus zipline offset. Right. Alright. So hopefully that'll work. And yeah, because I don't really want... Like, I think we're going to say var player offset. Right, instead of all that. It's going to be zipline offset divided by 2. I think is what we're going to want here. So, let's give it a try. We're going to have to restart the game because that variable doesn't exist. Let's take a look. I gotta check something here really quick. I'm blacking out the screen. Hold on. Okay. Let's see, guys. So left and right, if I walk into it. Okay, so I'm going in the center of it. Which is odd. So it's just too much. I think the issue is that we have to say, yeah, we get half of the zipline offset, but we have to subtract, like, the amount of the player, right? So, like, let's say -12 or something. Or minus vector 2, 0, 8. Let's try that. Just so that we go... Oops. We don't want to say minus. I want to say +8. There we go. Because I want, like, the top of their body to be on the zip line. Maybe I'll have to add in another animation frame for when the player's zip lining. It really wouldn't be that hard, because now that we have the... I mean, I just have to do another UV pose, but it'll probably just be something really simple. Or maybe I cheat and make the fishing hand show. It's not cheating, but it could be interesting. Alright, so that's one issue that, yeah, will not work, because I realized if the zip line goes underneath, and whenever it gets attached to this one, it's gonna be invisible. So we have to say 0 on it, that's fine. In that case, I want to move the zipline offset back up. See, now it's easy because we just say boom, we're done. And it's already gonna work for the player position stuff, so that's good. So yeah, we just gotta figure out what we're gonna do here. So let's jump into it. Where's Tephra? Okay, so we need to go grab door down. Just as reference for where this is supposed to go. 249? Oh, 249 points away from the event, from the anomaly. Crazy. So yeah, it's gonna look something like this. Maybe. Yeah. The good thing about the backdoor sprite is like, it's, you don't really see much, so it's kind of easy to do. Because everything's obscured. Yeah, I imagine like, I don't want to go way too short with it. Something like that would probably be okay. Now I'm gonna have to work out all this stuff. Let's actually make sure I give this enough space just to be 1 pixel above. It's gotta go there. Alright. Sir. And then just fill it in over there, and that's basically it. So only other thing I do probably here is just raise it up a tiny bit. And yeah. It's basically the back one. Now one option, since this is the back, the ridge here doesn't necessarily have to be so far away. Right? I could push that up like that. And it would look fine. So let's try that out. Should go right there. But boom. Okay, and since this is flat, technically, that should just be like that. Oh my god, it rhyming, guys. I should, go talk to Dr. Seuss. Is he still alive? I don't think he is. Let me look it up. Yeah, I didn't think so. Dr. Seuss. Oh, he died in 1991. It's like 1 billion years ago. Oh, yeah. It's born in 1904. That's crazy. Man. 1904. Imagine being born in 1904, though. That's like straight up like Industrial Revolution times. That's crazy. Couldn't be me, chat. Starground region Tephra 0 down. Yeah, because it's not. Because I was born in 2003. That's crazy. I was almost born 100 years after Dr. Seuss. Man, what a world we live in, guys. Thank you. Oh yeah, I also want to make sure that if this is a zipline node, then it doesn't have the bottom sprite. So I'm gonna say bottom.visible is false. Okay. Sorry, I'm just going a little crazy. Okay. Okay, guys. Yeah. Now, the zipline will not be aligned properly. We're going to have to fix that. But let's just see what it looks like. When you test things, you don't do all of the stuff and then test it. You test it after you do one thing. So... Today there is no help, yet you're crazier than before. That's the story of my life. Not actually crazy. Maybe I am. Whoopsies. I made this loop. Okay. So left and right are good. Nothing to do there. The up one looks good too, but the down one... No. We gotta fix it down. Crazy. I was... Cut it? Yeah, I need to trim the zip line a little bit. Scary when I run into all the enemies. Alright. Boom. So how do we want to do this? Depth sorting on this is basically good. Oh, I didn't mean to go in. The door sprite is weird. How so? What's weird about it? Let's see here. Pillar thing goes down too much. So yeah, you're saying like the little thing on the side, right? This thing? Oh, the bottom one right here. Oh. I'm stupid. I made it wrong. Yeah, I realized this actually goes back on the back here, so... Yeah, I gotta fix that. Thank you for showing me the error of my ways. So yeah, I think what we have to do is this. And then make this go across the whole back. Right. Give that, like that. Yeah, that's what I was saying, not. Nah, it's okay. And I imagine this would go down one more, though. Like, I think it would go to here. Yeah, that's what it should look like, not the other stupid one I did. But that should be good now. Yeah, because the pillar's length here is going to be about 14. And here it is 16. Which I think is fine. I think we can always push this up more if we think the pillar is too short. Or too long, I mean. But it's better now. It's more accurate. Are you saying that this pillar should go even less down? Also, I realize that this does have like a lip here. It is shorter than the others, but it's not this short. So I think this is also one of the reasons why it looks maybe a little off. I think this just needs to go down 2 more pixels. Like that. We will try that out. So let's save it and watch it change in here. There we go. Oh, that's what you were saying. The little foundation thing. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I think we're good to go now, though. Yeah, the top one, the front one, maybe looks a little too long. I don't know. Well, we can edit these later. It's okay. So we just have to adjust the zipline length on this one, which is going to be tricky. I don't know. How am I going to calculate that? I guess it'll just go to... Because, like, okay, if position down here is down, we don't have any offset value. Which means that offset will just be 0. Yeah. So where are the zip lines going to? See, it's going to TP position, which, yeah, that's just the position of the other node. But there's no way that's that. It's just because it's doing this zipline offset thing. So, I mean, honestly, I probably need to set it here. And I don't know. It's gonna be hard to do this right. I'm just thinking. Because this is like the vertical position. It's because this is pushing this up 48 pixels higher than it should be, right? It looks good on the down one, but you know what? If this is behind the bottom one anyways, then maybe it's okay. Maybe we don't need it on the vertical one. Let's try this out. Hey, Medusa T. Welcome in. Happy Sunday. Thank you very much. How are you doing? What's going on? I am currently working on some zipline stuff for Tephra. Yes, so I know that looks bad there, but we'll work it out. So what I need to do is just shift that up. I think like maybe 32. Nah, let's start with 16. And then for this zipline node, I'm gonna take it back out of here because we don't really need it there anymore. So now for zipline points, we're just gonna say 0, and then 2 local TP position. And make sure that's at 0, 0. We're good. Let's try this again. Good. Close the loop on the game jam thing. Nice. Spent about half the day working on the game cover art. I feel that. Yeah. Cover art can take a long time. Game's low design needed to be fun, but it just exists. I'm happy to finalize that. Nice. Yeah, that's awesome. It's always great to get that, like, core gameplay stuff kind of set up and ready to go. Ooh, right. It's going to scream at me. Okay. What's this tab over here? Oh, it's paint.net. I was like, what? Medusa's worse than that. Then what? Yeah, yeah. She's the lady with the snake hair. And you'll turn to stone. Alright, let's see what this looks like. Almost. We gotta go a little higher. So that's minus 16. How many more pixels? Let's just pixel count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 more pixels. What's 16 plus 12? I don't know. My calculator, guys. I turn on my brain computer. My brain calculator. Alright. Let's go. Got it right. Okay. See, I still don't know what we're gonna do with the stuff underneath. That's gonna something we're gonna have to figure out, but this will work. Alrighty. Let's try it out. Come on. Okay, it looks good over here. I just have to adjust it for the bottom one now, or the up one. So I don't know how that's gonna be the challenge here. Because this needs to go up to, right, like a higher value. I just thought of something crazy. The thing is that I know where the next door will be based off of, or what the next door is based off of what this door is. Because if this is a door facing up, then the other one is gonna be a down door, so I can calculate it. It's all good. It's all good, man. So before I run set type, this is what I'm gonna do. Well, I guess it's fine. I'll just run set type, and then I'll know what the type is already. Because that's deferred, so then I can just check in here if we're an up door or whatever, right? So I'm just gonna say, if we are an up door, so that one's good. If we are a up door. So the up door needs a higher offset, right? The up door needs the 48 offset. And then if we're down, we need the smaller one, right? 28. Now the thing is we're also gonna have to do this for different points on here, right? So this is where things get weird. Because this is gonna go from 0 to local, so... And we're moving the position. So what we need to say is this, the 2 local minus or plus zipline offset. Probably not. Let's see, because if we're at... I only want to do it for these two, though. That's the issue. So how are we going to do that? I mean, I can just have a variable in here that's like var position offset, right? And then in here, if it's a down door, then that means the position offset of that is going to be... Right, we're going to have to subtract it. Vector 2... something. I want it to go up. Right, so if it's the down door, I'm probably going to want it to go up by like 16 or something. If it's the up door, I want it to go down by like 16. So we'll see what that looks like. We're definitely going to have to change those values, I'm sure. But this is gonna have to be the inverse. No. So, okay. No, this will be fine. So, let's see. It's just gonna be the difference between the two. So if normally we want that one to be at minus 28, then we just have to say, what's 48 minus 28, which is 20. So the difference is just gonna be 20. Like that. I don't know. It's a theory. We're gonna try it out. Hey, Skelos. What is up? How's it going? What's going on? What have you been up to? Yeah, Sable. I feel that. Having a lazy day, that's good. I think it's pretty important to take a break every once in a while. Yeah, ads are coming up in a second here, gamers. Was productive yesterday, so... Yeah, no, that's good. Okay, guys. So far, so good. Watch this. Oh, okay, it worked. Code working? Sorry. It's just not possible. Now, the only issue that's here is, I'm doing set TP position, and I'm doing all this stuff, but I'm controlling the points of the zip line in a server-side function, so that does not work. So yeah, we're gonna have to change that. Basically, I think what I'm gonna have to do is just this. Set TP position. What's the music name? Is it Into the Thick of It? Yeah. I don't know where it's from. I think it's from... Let me go look. I don't know. So ads are starting. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, so how am I going to deal with this zipline business then? I think we just have to do this. Right? And just say set zipline, make that a new function. So that's gonna say we're in there. Set zipline.rpc, and I need this to be reliable. So that's gonna make the. So it's gonna set it after the teleport position and stuff is set because we have to do that. So it's gonna make the zipline visible, and then it's gonna do all that stuff on the ziplines. And we should be good. So let's go try it out. Alrighty. Time to go to Tephra. You know what'd be cool? I think it'd be awesome if the little glow thing on the Star Launcher was unshaded so that it would glow in the night. Maybe I'll do that. Alright, so those all look good. Yes. Gamers, we frickin' did it. With 3 ads today, Twitch should have 8 ads to show me. Yeah. I hate the ads. Maybe one of these days I'll completely disable ads. But then that's the thing, is you get pre-rolls, so... You're kind of fricked. You don't really have a choice. Yeah, it sucks. Because yeah, I would disable ads, but then that means that everyone's gonna get hit with pre-rolls. So what's even the point? Right? Yeah, it's frustrating. I'm put in an impossible situation where even if I didn't want ads, I can't. I have no recourse. Yeah, pre-rolls are even worse. You know, because you don't want to immediately get hit with an ad when you go into somebody's stream. That's stupid. No, yeah, like you can't disable them. I mean, yeah, the only way to get rid of your ads is being not affiliate. But I think they made a change recently or something where everybody runs ads now. So I don't even think that matters anymore. So welcome back from the ads, everybody. My apologies. Yeah, leave me if I'm on my work. I'll go to stream, get hit with an ad. Yeah. No, I mean, it sucks having to choose between the greater or the lesser evil. I mean, they're both terrible. I hate mid-roll ads, but I think pre-rolls are even worse because nobody's gonna watch the stream if they're immediately hit with an ad. It's just like, you know, why bother? Just go to a stream that doesn't have ads. Yeah, it's annoying. Apparently you can finally have some control over ads when you're a partner, but that's never, who knows, dude. That could be a million years. Can't decide whether to continue updating the prototype or just not care and work on the full game. Yeah. It's hard to say. I mean, I definitely think like, I mean, as long as the prototype has all of the core like gameplay mechanics that you're hoping to implement in the future, then I think that's pretty much, oh, excuse me, that's pretty much it, right? That's the whole idea of what a prototype is basically just a snapshot of what the final game is gonna look like. So, you're probably good to go. Yeah, I got one pre-roll ad, literally unwatchable. I'll leave in the Discord, never watching again. Yeah. God. But no, that is how it feels though. Believe me, I hate them. Like you let what's fun guide you, and it's not a matter of choice, the work will be used. Yeah, right. I don't think there's necessarily a right or wrong answer for when you should stop working on the prototype and move to the full thing. Because, I mean, honestly, in a lot of ways, the prototype is the full thing. Like, it's not like you're gonna, I mean, unless, I don't know, maybe you are, but most of the time you don't completely restart everything and then start working on a new game that is the full one. Like, you just take the prototype and just add more stuff to it. I mean, at least that's what I did with Starground. So, I think that's done for now. There's hardly much more that we play tested for. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, yeah, if you're feeling like you're at that spot, I think if you're asking that question, then I think you've probably sort of made up, you know, internally, whether you realize it or not, your decision, right? So, yeah. But yeah, I think if you feel like you've added in all the gameplay stuff you want, things have been tested, and you're happy with where the game is at and how, you know, how it feels to play, then I think that's probably a good point to move on to the big stuff, the full game. Can't type. All right, well, these zip lines are working pretty well. The player is still a little funny when they're on the zip line, so, you know, that's something I'd probably want to change. And I think the issue is just that they can walk while they're on the zip line, right? So, I'm just gonna make this one change here. I think I'm gonna say, so one thing is, I set the player, let's see here, caught. I want to see where I set the player animation to be the caught animation, because I think that's like, I think I'm going to use the caught animation for the zip line. So it's right here. I just say play caught. So I think that's what I'm going to do in the door, is I'm just going to say down in here, right? Basically just the same tween. I'm going to say play caught, and then also we're going to say, this will only be if it's the player though. If body is a player, then say, yeah. And then I think I can say animation or something. Yeah. So that's gonna play the cot animation, and then I have to say the like cutscene lock, right? And cutscene lock is true. And then at the end, this is where we reset everything and say body cutscene lock is false, and it should be fine. All right. One thing I heard that stuck with me, pick one option to be heads and one to be tails, doesn't matter which. Yeah. Right. I do that a lot. Ace does it all the time. It's a good way to, like, sort of ask yourself if it, you know, how you actually feel, right? I don't know why this isn't seemingly not playing the animation that I am requesting. Might be because it's in cutscene lock. Maybe that's not the one I want. And I say, if not holding fish. I know it doesn't make sense to set it to holding fish, but it's fine. I'm sorry, guys. I hate the code sometimes, but there we go. So now we can add like a little zip line thing or something, right? Yeah. It just looks good. It just works. So yeah, I'm gonna change that behavior. I think what I need to do is just set, like, maybe change holding fish into something else. Like, what I could do is make a variable that's like pause animation or something, right? It's just so it doesn't automatically set the animations in here, because it'll only do that if we're dead. But obviously that's kind of not always a good. So yeah. Yeah, hold animation or whatever would be good. Will there be hidden commands, like funny ones, like /Aceman? Makes Aceman immediately appear in the Twitch chat. Or in Starground, yeah. It'd be fun to add secret commands. It wouldn't be too hard. I just don't know what they would be, but yeah. Trying to get better about writing down my design plans again versus the vague floating ideas that haven't been articulated. Yeah. I did that again the other day and went a long way for me. Nice. Yeah, it's good. I think it's definitely like, man, writing stuff out is yeah, it's pretty important. For me, it's just a way to like gather all these nebulous ideas and thoughts and funnel them into something more cohesive, right? Of like writing down like, and also I think that a big important thing for me is like organizing design plans and stuff is asking myself questions and answering them, right? That's the way that I format like an idea for a game, where I'm like, what is the main gameplay loop, right? And then I answer that question for myself. Or like, what is my target audience, you know? Or these are just some random general questions that I ask when I'm like thinking about a game idea. And like something else I would ask would probably be like, you know, honestly, like, why is the game fun? Or how is the game fun? Because that's kind of really important. But yeah, I think those questions are very important. Really wish Aceman appeared now. Yeah, it would be epic. I use Obsidian for my note-taking. Got a couple of templates I fill out, then a dashboard which displays them. Nice. Yeah, I also use Obsidian for a lot of note-taking stuff for Starground and all the stuff, yeah. Also try to do a base GDD for the ideas as well. Yeah. Yeah, right, if like you can't... Chair command. Welcome in. Yeah, if you want to spin the chair, it's a point redemption. But yeah, I think it's a really good idea to do GDD. I guess I technically do a GDD. I only do a GDD on an idea that I'm feeling really good about. You know, I will say, I'm not going to say what it is or anything, but recently we came up with an idea and immediately it clicked and it was fun and it was like, this is a good idea. So I think, I don't know. But those are the kinds of ideas that I immediately start fleshing out more. I think, I don't know. You don't want to spend... When I'm coming up with ideas, I think it's important to keep going until you find one of those ideas that click or that you really like. It's kind of like gambling. But, because what we did, we do a couple meetings every once in a while for coming up with game ideas. One meeting that we did is we had this big, massive GDD of 1 million questions and stuff of every little minute detail. And it was so much work to fill out and flesh out one idea that by the end of it, you might realize that it's actually just a terrible idea. So what we've been doing is kind of a more tiered approach where... I love gambling. We shoot out a couple, like, basic ideas, and then we ask ourselves like 3 questions, like make it ultra easy to answer, and then we do like a filtering round where it's like, okay, we've got 20 ideas, let's take 5 of those to the next round of development, right? I don't know what that's called. I'm sure there's a name for it, but I just call it like tiered brainstorming or whatever, where we filter out the ones that we don't immediately like. Basically prototyping, yeah, but for ideas. But yeah, I think that's been a really good way to do it. Funny enough, the cool idea that we came up with had nothing to do with any of our idea creation stuff. It was a random incident. I'm not gonna tell anybody what that game's about yet, but it's pretty cool, guys. It might be the next game. But yeah, I'm keeping it secret because it's actually kind of a good idea and I don't want anyone to steal it. So. How's it going? Also, hair looking good. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's my bed hair. I always take a shower right before I go to bed and then I just get up and do stuff. So my hair is always eternally messed up. I had one of those ideas, 40k words later and a full design. Yeah, I definitely feel that. Sometimes your brain just locks in all of a sudden. You can write for all day long about an idea. If I write something down, I stop thinking about it to a degree, so I actually have to keep an idea floating in my head for it to grow. Yeah. I can understand that. I think it's like that whole thing of like telling somebody about your plans kind of like makes it really hard to finish, you know? Yeah. I imagine it's the same sort of thing with writing it down. It's because it feels like you... I don't know. Yeah. Some of the things to understand is... Yeah, what is the USP? What's the main game loop? Yeah, I think also, like, knowing what other games are like your game too is important, because that's a good way of like, one, not accidentally stealing from those games, and also being able to like, what are the issues with those games, right? How can I improve upon those concepts? So I think it's always really important to do that. We always do that for games, and it just really helps everybody be on the same page of like, what even is this game? Because if you can compare it to a game that everybody's already played, then it's just instantly they're like, I understand. So. So like 5% things made or what was originally visioned to the full thing. Yeah. No, that happens all the time. Planning is so hard because it's like, it's this idealized version, but then you run into like, okay, I can't actually feasibly do this, or there's a lot of unforeseen things that happen. Might be the next big thing if you gamble enough. Yeah. I prefer posting a massive idea on Reddit than ask people to join my team, yeah. Be nice to have hair. Yeah. I'm probably gonna go bald one day. My dad's basically completely bald now. So I guess I'll enjoy it while I have it. I don't know, but the thing with balding too is that sometimes it's random, because it's not always just inherited directly from your father. It could be from anybody. So my grandpa kept his hair for a really long time. So we'll see. I don't know. But honestly, I don't really mind if I have to go bald. I mean, hair is cool and all, but yeah. At least you know Twitch loves bald people. Yeah. If you look like an egg, you'll be really valuable. Yeah. Egghead. I probably do have an egghead. I don't know what I would look like bald. It would be weird, man. It'd be really weird if I was bald. But it might be kind of fun. One day, guys, I will go bald, just for fun, and then have it all grow back. But it's gotta be the right time. One thing I've been doing lately is using Grok. Oh yeah. There's some description of a game, then ask AI to use deep search. Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah, because it searches all the X posts and stuff, yeah. Yeah, that's one way of checking around. I usually just sort by like, okay, I think of like, what is the genre of this game, and then some random tags, and usually I just do a Steam search, because that's where freaking every game is, so. But also at the same time, I think one thing that's important is not comparing yourself too much to other games. Because you can fall into this trap of accidentally adding in a bunch of things into the game. Like with Starground development, I have not looked at any other games for inspiration since, you know, the creation of the idea. Because I just don't want to fall into the trap of being like, I'm going to take these things. I mean, you know, it's fine to take things. That's just called iteration. But at the same time, you got to be careful not to accidentally completely create another game. So I have a picture of you bald in the background. I do, yeah. Working on a boss rush prototype, and I keep trying to implement better boss attacks instead of releasing the prototype to get actual feedback. Kind of stuck, yeah. I would just definitely say, like, this is the struggle with being a perfectionist. It's kind of my biggest flaw. Is, expecting or keep working on things until it's perfect. Some people say that being a perfectionist is a good thing or whatever, but it's not. Because you're never going to be happy with it or get to the spot where you feel like it's ready. So I think one of the biggest things that I've improved upon making games is just accepting good enough. I mean, even just the stupid thing that we just did, like reusing the holding fish variable. I mean, that's not an excuse for bad code, but it's the ability to, like, get things finished. If everything has to be perfect, it's never going to happen. So, but yeah, that's always a really difficult thing. I would just say push the prototype up and get some feedback, regardless of where you think, if you think it's ready or not. That was a very helpful thing with Starground, is getting the game up and having people playtest for bugs and stuff, because, you know, you're one person. You won't ever be able to find every single bug or think of every single different issue with your ideas. So playtesting is super important. Play Factorio one day. Well, yeah, I mean, I play games, but not in the sense of, like, I'm playing a game only to think of game ideas and, you know, to use it in games. Like, that's just for fun. I feel like I might be afraid to dig too far, because if they have an idea that I already like, I don't want to feel discouraged from doing it. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think it's like, even if you have a similar idea, if you are truly pouring your own ideas and creativity into it, it doesn't really matter, you know? Because that sort of happened with me in Starground, to be honest. When I started working on Starground, I was just like, I'm gonna make a better forager. And then I realized, oh, there's this little game called Nova Lands, and I was like, that looks like the same game, practically, but I didn't let it dissuade me from continuing on. With Starground development, it's been just, I've been kind of purposely putting myself in a little box and not trying to take things by accident. Because then at the end, it's like, all these little tiny decisions I'm making is carving a wildly different path for Starground from everything else, right? So, not comparing your game and not worrying about the other games and just continuing forward, I think is, yeah, important. Ask Rock about what are the trends in indie games released on itch and Steam in the last 3 years. Got some good thoughts and things to think about. Yeah, that's good. Made ADHD and suffering a lot of depression, self-doubt. My problems at work on an idea or prototype, then I ended up chasing rabbits on other ideas. Yeah. It's really, that happens all the time. Because I think it's so, it's so alluring to work on a new idea because there's so many, like, positives. You get to get rid of all the baggage of your old game and all the issues that come with it, you know. And at the same time, you get to do the fun part, which is like setting things up and the rapid development of things happening and moving so quickly. So it's always really hard. I mean, to be honest, I feel that really hard right now with Starground. We have another idea that I would love to work on, but I have to finish Starground. So it's just sheer discipline with that, I think. It's hard, but you know. You won't ever get anything finished if you constantly move to other ideas. I know that from experience, so. Talked about this recently, and my biggest thing I realized a few months ago was every game will be unique, and any flavor is unique, and I could do it my way. Plus, if people kept making good Dark Souls games, why would I complain if they're similar? Exactly, right? Yeah, I think it's like, it's fine if things are similar. It's not a big deal, you know? McDonald's and Burger King are basically the same restaurant, but they're still both wildly successful companies, you know? Because it's, as long as you are not literally copying everything, I think it's fine. Like, don't steal assets and don't, like, make the exact same gameplay loop. But it's fine to take things as a basis and then go off on your own little branch and do things yourself, your own way, right? So, I think that's good. Chill on my paragraphs now? No, you're all good. No worries at all. So I dumped the ideas into documents. Used to do data science and old work. Was thinking about making my own model based on my ideas. Yeah, that could be really interesting. I've always thought it'd be really fun to, like, do some statistical analysis on things I've written and stuff. On just, like, stats and facts about me, you know? How many times do I, like, you know, I don't know. There's really interesting trends you can see from that stuff. It might also be helpful because, like, maybe you see something really prevalent that, like, maybe you want to do that then. Maybe that should be a more, right, if you keep writing it down everywhere. But, yeah. That would definitely be interesting. I've always thought that'd be really fun to try and do. I just don't know what data I would, like, capture. And also, it's, you know, it's a side project that I would have to go pursue. The only time I do it is if I was in between projects and I just wanted to, you know, pump some random little things out really quick. But yeah, it will always be a challenge. So with the player on this, we have the fishing thing. Maybe what I need to do is do what I do with the fishing and make the player grab. But let's see how I do that, because I say caught in here. Because I say this, fishing hands is visible. I guess the issue is that I know what tool that I had selected here, right? Because I say, yeah, make those visible and stuff. Because I know that the last thing I had in my hand was the fishing rod. But it's harder here because I don't know what the last tool was. I mean, I could probably remember that info if I do, like, save the last tool index and stuff, but I don't know. Yeah, guys, there's a lot of code I would love to restructure in the player. I think the player is probably the worst script in the game. Not because it doesn't work, but just because it's so dense, and there's a lot of things, like, a lot of functions that I want to have be more of, like, an accessible thing, right? Because, like, this whole thing with the fishing hands, it's like, I can only kind of get it set up with the fishing rod, and I have no idea what my last tool was and stuff. I would love to be able to just call a function and be like, hey, go ahead and, you know, do the fishing animation. Maybe a state machine? Maybe! I don't know. It's possible. I mean, really, there's only, like, freaking... There's only a couple states. There's the death state. I mean, I wouldn't mind it, just having a state. I, was messing around with the whole state machine idea in a different project. Secret project. And it was kind of interesting, because, like, it was basically setting, like, a state for the current status of the game, you know? And I do think it was nice, because then I can just say, like, okay, if player dot idle, you know? So, like, I can have a current active state for the player. I don't know. It's possible. Could do something like that. But it's so hard to justify the time spent doing that, because I would probably spend, like, a month reworking all the player code, and it wouldn't actually make the game any different. That's the issue with refactoring, is you don't have anything to show for it. I know it would help me in the future, but the question is, would the time spent refactoring actually, you know, save me that much time? I don't know. Just some investigation work and why I keep moving for projects. What I found is a lot of projects I work on always seem to get blocked or moved when around the time I do character animations. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's interesting. There's, like, a lot of interesting trends and obstacles you can find from stuff like that. Yeah, so I mean, if you're having issues with character animations, then maybe, you know, that's something to outsource or something like that. Or maybe just think of a game idea that completely avoids that altogether, right? Maybe you don't necessarily need to animate the player. Maybe it's a first-person game, so you don't even see the player. You don't need to do any animations, right? I don't know. I think there's a lot of ways to get around that. Always thought it'd be really fun to do a point-and-click adventure. But I don't know. One day. Did try another project with no character, and I did it in 7 days. Nice. Yeah, that's pretty quick, yeah. Thank you for the spin. And then I'm also setting cutscene lock. I mean, if I don't set cutscene lock, the player is going to keep moving around, so I don't want that. Cutscene lock is basically a variable I set for, like, when I don't want the player to be able to move, right? And I think I have two. I think I have cutscene lock, and then, yeah, can interact, but these are kind of different specific stuff. Movement lock is for specifically just blocking player movement, but no other function. So, like, you can still interact with UI and mine and all that stuff. Can interact is basically saying you can't interact with buildings or anything like that, but you can still move. And then cutscene lock is basically both of these. So setting cutscene lock to true means that you can't do anything. Like, it fully locks down every function until it's reset. And I don't know if that includes the pause menu. I don't think it does, yeah. But that's fine. You know, it's okay if you can open the pause menu. It doesn't matter. But yeah, you can't do anything else. You can't mine. You can't open your inventory, so Now, technically, this can happen where you're locked in with your inventory open. But that's not really a big issue. Alright. I mean, this basically looks okay. Look, guys. I do want to refactor the player, but... Let's go! Custom Starground hat. Awesome. Happy theater mask and a jester hat with 4 jester horns. Includes yellow balls at the end of each ball. Yeah. Yeah, send the sprite on Discord. I will use that as the reference. Yeah, I will, hopefully I can get around hats soon. I do want to do hats. I don't know how hats are gonna be. I think hats are probably something that players won't be able to edit. Just because I think, we already have the skins and stuff. I want something to be, like, more valuable, I guess. I don't know, we'll see. Maybe through mods, but I don't know if it's gonna be something you can just upload a thing. Oh, let's go, you already sent it, yeah. Nice. Yeah. You already have, like, the sprite ready to go, awesome. Well, thank you. I will try and add that in. I'm gonna have to figure out how I'm gonna do the hat stuff, but yeah, hopefully I can get that working. Something I've thought about doing is actually doing it through a UV, right? So we basically have just a square, so I can like draw the thing and then have it like move around the player's head easily without having to do that with code. I don't know, just one idea. I still have to think about how I want to do that. I like the player doing a roll animation after they finish the zipline. That's kind of freaking sick and nasty. Maybe we do that. Let's see what that looks like. That's the only thing, though, is I think it's going to get overridden. Yeah. That's the thing that's annoying. Because let's see. I have to do animation lock after that's done. So I think I have to say body dot main sprite dot like animation finished or whatever. Let's see, what is that signal? Yeah, dot animation finished. And that's where I say dot connect. I guess to a lambda function instead of a lambda function. It's yucky, but whatever. That's where I say holding fish is false. I have no bucks suffering from success, yeah. That's okay, we'll build it back. Let's see if that worked. It is not happy. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. IQ 1. Okay. Sorry, I missed this comment. What I'm doing now is working on my workflow to try and get the animations and their characters done at period of my focus. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's really important, is like if you've got a big obstacle that you keep running into, I think it's nice to do that first and foremost, right? Get it out of the way so that you can enjoy all the little small fun things. Alright, let's try this out. Yeah, I definitely am going to be trying to change some stuff up here, guys. With the player and the animations, because it's a mess. I will not lie. Yeah, I do like the roll at the end. Maybe we also keep our momentum or something. Right, that's something that could be fun, is like, because how it's set up right now is we just immediately stop, because it's lerping our position. But maybe we give ourselves a little boost at the end, like a roll. Could be kind of fun. So let's maybe do that. We already know the, like, vector that we're going in, because we know the speed. But just to make sure, I'm gonna say position dot direction to, right? This business. Well, honestly, that's just going to be the direction of the door. So I don't even need that. Because we have a thing up here that's dir. So I just use that. So then we just say right here, I'm going to say body dot velocity, right, is equal to dir times 20 or something. We'll see what that velocity should be. So that should just make the player have a little boost of velocity at the end. It didn't seem to work at all, though. Not sure why. Maybe it's not enough? Come on. I don't know. Excuse me. Is it throwing any errors in here? No. Oh. I can't do that because of the way that velocity works in the player. That's fine. We can just set it manually, or we can figure out how to do it right. So let's go down to velocity is equal to, right? If is authority, yeah, current velocity is equal to that. So we have like in here process movement. Right here. Hey, Setalix, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. What's going on? Yeah, we got some new overlay stuff set up. It's pretty cool. Yeah, that's been fun. Yeah, what's going on? How's everyone doing? Welcome in. How come you always sneeze? I don't know. I just do. Game jamming it up. Nice. Yeah, I've been hearing about that radial menu game jam. I would do it, but I'm very busy right now, so I just, yeah, I don't have time. It's too late anyways. But yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, a lot of people are working on that one. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm not here voluntarily. I'm only here because you're good at what you do. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I just finished the other one too, so I was like, man, yeah. I was shocked if you joined, to be honest. It's a lot of jam for one big boy. It is. It's a lot. Yeah, I decided it was probably, you know, I gotta call it somewhere. So. But yeah, things have been going good over here. We are working on a new dungeon in Starground. So this is what we got going on right now. I'm currently doing... Oh! That was way too much velocity. We just went so fast, we immediately went to the other door. That was kind of funny. Let's lower that a little bit. Let's go down to like 5 or something. What I'm... Yeah, so this is the new planet. This is a... gonna be a new dungeon to Starground. It's kind of like a fiery desert planet, but it's going pretty good so far. We've been working a lot on these zip lines today and just getting the player animation and stuff, all working with those and the lines connecting properly, but it's looking good. So yeah, the whole idea with how you get between here, it's instead of just going through a door, you zip across the zip line, so. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. There's gonna be a whole new batch of enemies and rooms and weapon parts and all the jazz, so it's going good. Yeah, so I'm just getting it set up so that when we go on this zip line, we do like a roll out, which that didn't work that time, so I'm not sure why. Probably because my move speed is a million, so the animation just instantly happened. Yeah, there we go. So it's going. I think the velocity needs to be more. It's like practically nothing right now. So let's set that to, oh, I don't know, 10? But yeah. Unlike other jams, Soto himself is not in a jam. He got a lot done today. Yeah. Nice. That's awesome. Can I ask you a technical question? Maybe you can skip if you want, but I'm curious as to like, yeah, typically I use GitHub for large files and projects. I just use local commit with a different solution. What do you use for version control? Yeah, so since I'm the only programmer working on the game, I am using GitHub. and I'm just committing to main every time because I don't really have a use for branches. I mean, it's like the only thing that I would use a branch for is if I have an alternate version of the game, which is the demo. That's the only other branch I have. So otherwise, I'm just committing all my changes to main, and that's pretty much it. Because nobody else is actually editing the project. All the art and sounds and everything, I'm the one adding it in. So, yeah. But it's good. I mean, technically, I don't even need GitHub. The only reason I use it is just for, like, backups, and if I need somebody else to download the project to test things. So it's basically what I do. It's easy, so. But yeah, you're saying for large, files and stuff, use local commit. The thing is that Starground doesn't even have any file that's too large for GitHub, so, yeah. Like with Unity, the projects themselves, are too big for GitHub's free space allowance. Okay. So yeah, that's the issue. That's probably a good option then, you know, if GitHub isn't letting you do it and you don't want to have to pay for it. Yeah, I would say just putting those files locally is probably the way to go. But yeah, that's the nice thing about Starground is every file's super tiny. So, I mean, the entire game's less than 300 megabytes, I think, so, or around that. So yeah, it's pretty easy to just push everything. The only thing that's too big to push straight to GitHub is the Starground builds. Because those are like the full game size. So I just have a folder here of every Starground build, and I just locally store those. So hey, Nameless Coder, thank you for the follow. I could like put those on a server or something if they were, you know, if I really cared, but technically if I lost all these, it wouldn't matter because I have the GitHub versions and I can just rebuild the game. So I'm not really worried about losing these or anything. You know, these aren't very critical. So yeah, this is just where I put them all before I push to GitHub. So yeah. Do you use any CI/CD pipelines and get to store versions in the cloud? No, I mean, all I really do with GitHub is just push to main, and that's it. Like, I don't do anything special. I don't know, I don't bother. And also I just don't even know how. Like, CI/CD pipeline, I don't even, to be honest, don't know what that is. Okay, so basically it's just like automatically pushing versions up, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it would be cool to set something like that set something up like that one day. But I've been just doing it manually. So do you manually build uploads to Steam? Yeah, so whenever I want to push a build up to Steam, I export it. And I did write a little Python script for automatically packing the files and stuff and for all the different builds. So like what I have in here is just a quick little Python script, zip create. Essentially all it's doing is just going into the Windows file, taking all the files and packing into a zip and putting it in here for me with the version and the naming scheme. And it does that for Linux and hopefully one day for Mac. So yeah, it's just a little way that I've made it easier. Then archive zips will automatically move any zips in here over to the Starground builds folder. So yeah, I've done those just as a way to speed things up a tiny little bit. Like when I run this, it prompts us with a version thing. So yeah. Do you, for instance, each time you push, you can run a script that builds it and place it somewhere? Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, yeah, that's the script I have here. That's pretty much as far as it goes with my automation stuff. Yeah, it's still called Forager Game. I need to rename it one day. But yeah, it works. I mean, I don't really have any issues with it. And then when I want to put it up on Steam, I just, you know, grab the Steam page and go to the game's page and upload the builds. So, yeah, I wish my upload speed was faster. Fiber is being installed around here, so hopefully soon I'll get way better upload speed. I'm on cable, so my upload speed's like 20 megabytes. So it's really slow, especially if I'm also streaming at the same time just to upload the files, but hopefully that won't be an issue anymore soon. So yeah. But yeah, I mean, things are working well. you know, one day I'd like to work a bit more on that and automate some things a little more, you know, because it's just nice too. I do have a, I have a file that Bear Like Lion sent me, I think, a little while ago that basically automates the process of pushing the builds to Steam. I think it's just like an automatic thing for that. So I do need to take a look at that, because that's probably going to be kind of nice, right? But yeah, something like that would be cool, is if I can just build and then it's immediately like the build is pushed to Steam, just to automate that process of it. But, you know, for now it's fine though. I'll get around to that eventually. But yeah, I like this little momentum that you get after going through the door. Oh, that was weird because I hit the slime. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, I accidentally marked the doors as visible, so all the ones that aren't supposed to be are visible now. It's not a big deal. Also, I don't know why sometimes the animation doesn't seem to play. Like, if I go through here, like, it seems like it plays most of the time, but there's been a couple times where it just doesn't, and I'm not sure why. I don't know. Is it because I'm moving immediately after or something? Not really. Yeah, I don't really know what's up with that. But there's something a little weird. I don't know. I'm gonna work on the player script maybe today and clean some things up so we can do animations like this a little bit easier. But yeah. Ziplines are looking good though. I think we're basically where we want. Something I also did with the ziplines, which I think is nice, is if you roll into the zipline instead of just walking, you actually retain your momentum. So if you like walk and then roll into it, you go faster across. It's a very minor thing, but I think it's nice for speeding traversal up. So. And yeah, the zip lines also work with enemies. It might look a little weird sometimes because they don't have like, you know, animations and stuff. But we can try and find a slime here. The slimes are the only guys that can go through because they're in this area right now. Oh, yes, yeah, I wasn't supposed to go through that one. Because they're the only ones that can move that aren't required to be killed to exit the room. But it is really funny watching them come across. Keep going to the ones I'm not supposed to. Here's one. So yeah, let's get him. I don't know why the slimes are also moving so fast. I need to fix that. Okay, so now you can see the little slime guys. Right? If I go through the door, you'll watch them zip across. Oh! Yeah, I gotta make sure that I only do that for the player. Whoopsies. All this stuff. Except I can keep body knockback for everybody. But yeah, it's kind of fun. Yeah, I've been having a good time with this dungeon zone. I think it's starting to look pretty good. The background was a lot of work because it's trying to get like UI nodes integrated with 2D ones is a hassle. If I do all this stuff, zoom over false, you know, move speed 3. It's really tricky to get the parallax working when you're using it on a canvas layer versus just physically in the world. So it's been a challenge, but I do have it working now, so I think it's looking pretty good. And with the dust, that's also on the UI, on the canvas layer, so yeah, none of this stuff is like physically in the world. It's all just kind of an effect on the player's screen. But I think I like it better that way. It means that I can use this. It's just way easier to do the background. It's a per player basis thing. And I can also say I wanted to make this background visible somewhere else. It's easy to. I don't have to reconfigure it physically in every single zone. So, yeah. But I think it's looking pretty good. I'm liking the vibe. What we need to do now is go through and update the decorations and the enemies and stuff, because obviously those guys are still from the first dungeon. But that'll really help, I think, add to this area, you know? So yeah. I'm excited to do all that. It's weird what this does. It just like... It just snaps my position and then makes me roll. Really weird. Yeah, I roll so quick because I'm so fast right now. So how fast can I move into this? Yeah, so I can go as fast as I want into it. If I set my move speed to like 50. I just keep going, yeah. Oh my god. I mean, no one's ever gonna move this fast, so it doesn't matter, but it's pretty crazy. Oh, can't even align it. Yeah, interstellar speed. Adding commands, I'm honestly really glad that I did it. And the background is moving like crazy. Because it is really nice for testing, I'm not gonna lie. Initially with commands, I was like kind of conflicted where it's like, I don't know. Am I gonna add, you know, commands? I don't want to, because Potato Dev already made like a mod for it. I'm like, but actually having them in and being able to like no clip and stuff just makes it so much easier for me to like look at the environment and stuff and test things. So yeah, I am glad that I did it. We can go even faster if we want. And it's also, I think, fun for players too to be able to, you know, mess with commands and stuff. Oh, we're moving so quick. But I can move faster. 10,000. Okay, guys, I have an idea. No, wait, that'll brick the game. Never mind. Let's go that fast. Oh. Whoa. Am I going outside the bounds of the world or something? What if we do inf? What happens? I think we have to capitalize it. Nope, that doesn't work. Whatever, we'll just do... It just breaks the game when we're this fast. Alright, don't set your speed to near infinity, it's bad. Strong believer in any game with the chat box, better serve having a little command or two in there. Oh yeah, I totally agree. I think it's nice to be able to, you know, control things a little bit through there. So. Okay. So, getting there. I wonder if what's happening sometimes that this RPC doesn't get called. One thing I would love for this play animation RPC is the ability to set like a timer in here, right? So that I could be like, only play if, you know, or not, you know, play for 2 seconds or whatever, and then unlock the animation again. So, what is that one? God. Yeah, I don't have one for the general entity class. I do have a play sound one, but yeah, I have a couple different functions like these for playing things through multiplayer, like just to play a sound, and then on the player to play an animation through an RPC. It's just a good way to do it, I think. And like mine sound, that seems odd. I guess it's because I gotta load the sound, it's fine. But that's probably something I could get rid of, if I'm being completely honest. Because that's why I have the play sound function here, right? Because it'll do a random pitch in there. That's a pretty wide range, 1.5. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's also... I mean, what do I set for the mind sound? Is that also 1.5? No, 1.25. Yeah, I don't know, I could probably get rid of that function. Yeah, the player needs some TLC. What does TLC mean? Tender loving care. Okay, I didn't even know that. But yeah, the player does need that. Because there's just a lot of crap in here. And there's probably a lot of functions I can merge or stuff and like instead of having a separate function for one ultra specific thing, I just add an optional parameter into a pre-existing function. Like for playing the animation, instead of with all the fish stuff, I can just set in here like a timer for how long the animation plays for or something, or I could even do like, you know, an override thing. Maybe I check if you know, is the player actually, or like, because normally what I do here is I don't let the animation play if it's the same or whatever, so I could say like, you know, override or whatever. I don't know. There's different variables I can add on to that I think would give us much more freedom with how we animate stuff. So, and then I can just change that fish caught thing into animation pause, you know, or like auto animation stop, so that I can set that inside of this function. Yeah, you get the idea. There's a lot. I could make this way better. So, yeah, I don't know. Just some ideas. Yeah, you can see the background in the player scene. It looks broken here, but it works, I promise. Needs to know where something will be. Yeah, I mean, not really though. It's too much to keep track of. There's too many things in here. I've definitely improved a lot of things in here, I'll be honest. Like the set weapon script is way better now. I mean, it's just, I gotta do it in bits, right? I don't think doing a big, ultra massive player refactor one day is gonna be the play. I've just gotta go through and decide like, okay, I'm gonna fix up one function today. I'm gonna make the consume item function better, or I'm gonna, you know, or maybe split up some logic into its own function. I mean, here's the thing. Number of lines doesn't really mean anything. If there's a lot of lines of code in here, it's not always necessarily a bad or a good thing. I talked about this last stream, but like the most important thing that matters is just that I have access to all the things I need. And modders can do all the things that they need. That's really the two things that matter. And also, you know, hopefully it's not super laggy. So, but I know that I can achieve that. I've just got to, I've got to keep working on it. There's a lot of commented out stuff. I don't need that anymore. And like, this is kind of stupid. Why don't I do this procedurally or like with code? You know what I mean? I mean, I don't know. Is there another way to do this? Instead of just saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, yeah, I guess I can, right? Because I could just say, for I in range, right? 5. If input is pressed, hotbar, right, plus string I plus 1. Then I say change tool.rpci. I mean, just a very small change, but it, you know, it helps clean this stuff up a little bit. I think that would work, though. Let's try it really quick. Oops, I left that one in. Now, for I in range, I needed to do 5, so I think I do want to set that to 6, actually, because it doesn't use the last number. So let's try that out. I don't know. Yeah, I just need to start scanning through the player script more, and every little thing like that I think I can improve upon and change and make simpler, that's probably a good idea. But yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna do the big, massive, spend a month completely reworking everything in the player, because honestly, I think that's not all it's cracked up to be. I think slowly refactoring little bits at a time is better and more stable, right? I mean, sometimes, you know, I'm not gonna lie, you need the big mega refactor. Yeah, see, that totally works. So it's like, why have like a million lines for the same thing when I can just shrink it down to a quick little for loop? It's just better. So now that just simplified the process hotbar thing a lot. I read many line when few good. Exactly. I think almost in every case, it's always better to have fewer lines or simplify things as much as possible. Now, I don't think that's the case if it means arbitrarily simplifying of like, you know, decreasing the length of variable names. Like instead of tween, I call this T, or instead of holding fish, I call it HF, have fun. Because then you have no idea what the variable is. So I don't think that's good. I think it's an art. It's an art form. You've got to simplify logic, but don't necessarily simplify meaning I think. It's hard. But there's cases where I think, especially if I'm doing something multiple times, I think at least 2 times, then I can turn it into a for loop instead, right? I would love to go through and fix a lot of this stuff in here too. It's kind of a mess, right? Just all the weapon stuff, like, yeah. Yeah, I think there's a critical line in dev where you start to see clearly that each pattern optimization is a solution for a specific problem. Yeah, right. But yeah. Yeah, optimization isn't really all that it's cracked up to be, I think, unless you need to. And I think in the player case, I do need to. I think it's time for me to start cleaning up my act a little bit, make things a bit better. This is the worst, most horrific code that I've ever done. Oh, we can snooze the ad again? Yeah, I'm gonna describe what this is, because it's terrible. Stop speaking about ideology, but oh, I always solve things with these tools because you realize everything is too nuanced. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'd say at this stage with people depending on you to make it good and actively playing every optimization you can make will bring joy. Yeah, and I think like that's the big thing with modding is like if I can make the player script more accessible and easier to use, that's going to be a big help. So it's not just a case of I'm the only person looking at this code and accessing it anymore, you know, with modding. So, but yeah. So this code, I want to talk about this code because it's the worst code that I've ever done before. And I hate it because it's the only way I can figure it out. I don't know what these numbers do. Okay, so here's what's going on here. When you change the UI scale of the game and stuff, or yeah, this UI scale correct garbage. So it's multiple things happening here. One thing is that I don't want the player to do this, where they shrink the screen and then it zooms out and they see everything, because normally that's what happens. So what I'm doing there is I'm essentially zooming the camera back in when you shrink it horizontally, so that the camera goes vertical. And then the other issue has to do with the UI scale stuff, because since I'm doing that, the UI scale gets stupid. So what this is doing is basically saying, grab the content scale factor and then just set this number to this random value. This was just trial and error because I could not find any pattern or correlation to these numbers versus what the content scale factor is. So this was such a headache. It was just like, okay, what if I divide it by this number or I increase it to this? I feel like there's got to be some kind of relation with these numbers that I could change into one line and then do it easy, but I just don't know. Yeah, here's my little comment. And then basically, yeah, I'm just multiplying the camera zoom by that so the zoom is all good. You can see what happens if I don't do that, right? So let's go ahead and just comment that out so I get rid of the UI scale correct and stuff, just to show you guys. Right, so now when I do this, you can see I start seeing more of the environment, which is not what I want. And then it also does really weird stuff if I change the UI scale, because as you can see, for some reason, changing the UI scale is changing the camera zoom. Right? Why does that happen? It's really frustrating. I have no idea why that happens. And I don't know. So basically what I'm having to do is say, okay, if our UI scale is this, then zoom it back out so it's the right zoom level. So I hate this freaking code, because I'm just basically saying, oh, if it's that, then make it that number. I would love if I could have this be just one line of just say like a multiple of whatever content scale factor is, but I've tried, believe me. I don't know. I don't know what the formula is. It doesn't seem to have any meaningful sense. And I've tried to do all sorts of things, like analyze, like plot all these values and stuff and try to find some kind of function that follows that curve, but they just don't. So yeah, this is the worst code in Starground, but it's also necessary code, so it makes me angry. But you can see it works. It looks good. Basically, it stops the camera from moving around when I change the UI scale, and it also prevents this business from the camera like zooming out when it goes vertical. So I mean, this is what's so frustrating about this code. I don't know how to make it better. Believe me, I've tried. If anybody knows how, let me know. But yeah. Anyways, that's my little rant about the worst code. There's no one clean formula for all aspect ratios and menus like this. Even the scaling images in web dev, you have to manually check the ratio should be the width or height. Yeah. Then you also get into trying to be fully responsive, and the solution is manually unique for mobile experience versus desktop. Yeah. Yeah, because I do have, like, Starground's a responsive game. Ever since I've done this with Starground, I'm never going back, because it's just so good. Because it means that I can scale the UI, and it works for any resolution. Like, say one day I want to put this on console or mobile, which I probably won't, but randomly say I did, it just works. Boom. You know, it's good. I don't know. But that's the only thing that's a little weird, is that one zooming thing. There's gotta be a solution, but I just don't know. I don't know what it is, guys. So we got an ad starting soon. My apologies. I wish I was partner and could disable all the ads, but... Yeah, definitely not saying don't be responsive. Yeah, no, for sure. There are thresholds that just require the human manual decision. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the only case that I've had that happen, right? I mean, I think it's like... there's gotta be a solution. I know out there in the universe, there's gotta be a formula that matches all those points, but I just can't seem to figure it out. Because I tried for a long time. Like, we can plot these points right now. Right, so I'm just gonna put all these to x 2 divided by 3. Or I guess what do I even do here? Or I'll just say 0 and yeah, 1, right? 1, which for some reason is 0.8. 2 is 1 for some reason. 3 is 4 divided by 3. And 4 is 6 divided by 3, which is 2. Am I stupid? Yeah, I am. So this is what it looks like. And I'm like, okay, this looks like an exponential function. Right, or something like this. And so, like, I'm messing around with these values, trying to get this to work. And we start off right here at 2 over 3. So we're just going to say plus 2 over 3. And so, like, I'm just messing around with this, and I'm like, it's just not, I don't know. It's not following any sort of pattern. 1 divided by 2 over 3 is 1.5. Are you saying that's like the, or just right here? 1 divided by 2 over 3. I don't think I'm doing 1 divided by 2 over 3 anywhere. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just... It looks like it's supposed to follow a pattern. But I can't seem to find out what the difference is. Because, like, okay, we have 0.8 minus 2 over 3 is a difference of 1333. You have 2 over 3 for greater than 1.5. 2 over 3... Yeah. So you're just saying, yeah, it's just 1.5. Or, well, no, because it's... Sorry, I'm dumb. Yeah, so I mean, that's just... Are you saying just like the difference between these two, or... I don't know. I'm just like, I'm freaking lost right now, man. And then we can check the difference between this one. So 1 minus 0.8, you can see, okay, that's 0.2. So maybe you think it's like this exponential increase of like, it's multiplying every time, right? That would make sense. So then you say 4 over 3 minus 0.8, right? Or did I do that backwards? 4 over 3. Oh, no, I did. 4 over 3 minus 1. So it's like, okay, it goes 0.3, then 0.2, then 0.333. I don't know. I don't know where it breaks. Every single time I try and plot this formula, it just seems like it doesn't work. That's the thing, is like putting in any value in here just doesn't seem to work for me, and I don't know. Because you can get the difference between these two. Like, what's 0.2 minus 0.1333333? It's 0.66667. But if you say 0.2 plus, right? Or was that 0? Oh, it was 1. Wait, I didn't see what it was. Oh, 1.333. So you could say, but see, it's not the same multiple. It's changing between every point. So it's not just like a constant difference between all these. It's something that's exponentially increasing with time or with X. I would love to solve this issue right now. If you guys have any ideas, we can try and solve this. I feel like I mean, these points seem so normal. I know there's got to be a formula in here somewhere for what this ratio is. Maybe it's just the problem is that my exponent is the wrong value. But it just seems like it's random, right? I don't know what the deal is. Because maybe it's not that. Maybe the value is larger. But then how do you get to that one? Because if you draw this line, it's like linear, then all of a sudden it's flatter, and then more exponential. I don't understand. It doesn't seem to make any sense to me. And these values are all the same distance apart, right? 0.25, 0.25, 0.25, 0.25. So those are consistent. If I can just find the ratio between those values, then I could figure all this out. But I just don't know what it is. It's got to be a function where things increase by a factor of 0.25. Right? So I don't know, man. I mean, I can put these at what the actual values are, right? So 1.5, 1.25, 1, 0.75, and 0.5. So these are what the values are. And like where they physically are. So this is going to be like, let's see. I wish I was just smarter and could look at this formula and be like, oh yeah, I know what that is, you know? I mean, maybe it's 2 to the x? And I have to say minus 2 to the x, or whatever, minus 2 to the minus x, plus 1. I mean, we can start it at the minimum, which is 0.5. But I don't think that's what we want. And I don't want to say that. I want to say x plus, right, or a minus 1, minus 2, minus 1.5. And then I think we can just multiply this base exponent, right? 1.1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2.1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, something. And then move this around until it fits. But it just doesn't fit. It looks like it's got to go up more, right? So maybe we go to 3. But then you start to see the issue. Maybe the problem is that I just need this to start. Like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what this formula is. Because maybe the issue is that I'm not starting this at, whatever, 0.5. I don't know if that's the case, but doesn't seem like it. Then I would have to increase the... Right, I mean, like, I don't know. I just wish I knew what these values were supposed to be. Because that's really close right there, but it's still off. I mean, it's not a bad match, but I want it to be a perfect match, right? And that's my struggle with this. It's like, it's so close, but it seems like it's just never exactly right. And I know in my heart that there must be a formula that perfectly matches, but it doesn't seem like there is. I don't know. Yeah, functions are sine, maybe. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's my problem here. Yeah, 0.707. Maybe that's what we need to do. I say cosine 45. And then modify this until it's right. But that doesn't seem to be lining up properly. Unless it's the vertical height. But I don't... It looks like on this line, like it's approaching 0.5, right? Yeah, cosine is 0.707, yeah. But I just don't know. Maybe it needs like a little offset. But that doesn't look right. The issue is that I just don't know what this number is supposed to be either, right? Like 8 seems like a pretty good match. But then you mess around with it and you realize it's not actually a good match. So we need this to be a little deeper. Maybe 9? We're so close, right? I mean, you can see it. It seems like it needs to be 9. Somewhere in that range. And the other thing that's frustrating is I know this is probably like a real thing or something, or this formula. I mean, look how close that is. That's so close. It's just this point is pretty off, and I don't know why. This is for aspect ratio adapting? Yes. Probably a formula that does a flip at a threshold. Yeah. I don't know. It's just, this one seems so close. I mean, the other thing that haunts me is maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is the correct formula or something. But it's just that my values are actually not. I know, this is the issue. This is why it's so hard to know what this formula is. Because maybe I'm just stupid. But I'm trying to find some pattern with this, right? Of like some consistent difference. I mean, because why would it be 9? What in this code would make it be 9? The only thing that I could think of is like this stuff, which is the aspect ratio, right? But it just doesn't make any sense to me, because this doesn't have anything really to do with aspect ratio. It's just the difference between the zoom level on the camera, right? And what the content scale factor is. That's it. So it's got to be some kind of like increasing number here, right? Like what I want to be able to say is get window content scale factor, and then depending on what that value is, we divide it by something or, you know, change it. But that's the problem. It's not just a straight up like multiple of whatever that is. You're saying it's 1 divided by x? Oh my god. I should have known. Yeah, I'm just stupid at math. Yeah, there's the flip you're talking about, yeah. So, what's the situation here then? That's the value that I need to change. So like if I say 1 divided by x, so x is just... So this is it. I just had to say 1 divided by the content scale factor. Am I just stupid? Probably. Oh my god, guys. Well, technically it's the exact same code and it doesn't change anything, but it makes me content knowing that I can get rid of all this garbage. It's just like, I guess it's just the question of like, why is it 1 divided by 5? 1 divided by the content scale factor? Because I guess that's getting the difference between like... I guess it makes sense. I don't know. I couldn't think of why at the time, you know? Yeah. Well, thank you very much for solving my issues. I can finally retire this comment. And now it's not stupid anymore. And honestly, I don't even need that value anymore. I mean, it's always going to be that. So just say var UI scale correct is that. Will break when height becomes larger than width? I don't know. We can double check on that just to make sure. I don't think it will though. Yeah, see, like, it's totally fine. It's just, yeah, this part is fine. Like, the other part that I'm doing is, this, which is basically I'm saying I'm getting the size of the viewport divided by the x, so I'm getting a factor of, like, what is the ratio between the current viewport aspect ratio and the ideal 16:9. So, this is essentially, I'm saying if it's greater than a 16:9 aspect ratio, I'm multiplying by the aspect ratio, otherwise I'm dividing. So it's either locking it to be vertical or locking it to be horizontal once you're past the ideal 16:9. So it does work, yeah. Excuse me, I'm sorry that I sneeze all the time. But yeah, this is the secret. That's what I needed to figure out. Ugh. Well, thank you very much. That's one of the biggest, most epic problems we've been able to solve. I didn't solve it. I knew that these values had some kind of relation because I'm like, there's no way that these nice whole like fractions and stuff would not have some kind of relation to each other, right? It just didn't make any sense. So, yeah. Now it makes complete sense, and I don't know why I didn't realize that it would just be 1 divided by the ratio. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, whatever. Sorry for my rant and my anger, but thank you for helping me solve it. Cool. Well, that's one minor part of the player's script that's better. It did pay off. We were able to actually fix it, which is crazy. Oh, I say plus delta on these. I was wondering about this, how I take into account the difference given delta. Or given like the... Okay, well that makes complete sense. Alright. Well, what else can we make better in here then? Because I'm sure there's plenty of other stuff. This is one thing that I feel like could be simplified, because I'm just saying if D-pad up, if D-pad down, if D-pad left, if D-pad right. Maybe what I can do is just get... I bet I could do this with vectors, right? Because you can say input dot get axis, and that gives you... Or it's not get axis, I think it's input dot get vector, right? So you say d-pad up, down, left, right. So I think it's actually going to be d-pad left. You have to do it in a specific order. So it's the negative x, which is the left one. Then it's the positive x, which is the d-pad right. And then it's negative y, which is d-pad up. And d-pad down. Yeah, we found it. It was 1 over x. It's like the most simple formula ever. I just was stupid and didn't think of it. So, but I do appreciate it. It's one of the things you can do elegantly. Sometimes it's actually more sustainable to leave it simple for later tweaking. Yeah. I mean, I don't think I'm really going to tweak this stuff because this is something very simple in here. We're just building offset stuff. And it's just like any of these times where I have this thing and I just repeat over and over, I kind of like to see if there's a way I can simplify it into something that's nice and simple. Because then if I want to change this value, instead of 1, maybe I want it to be 2, I don't have to go through and, you know, edit every single one. It's just cleaner code, I think. So then we can say var d-pad is that. And then I think I can just say building offset plus equals, right, d-pad. Now the thing is that this is going to be, get vector is going to be constant. I need like get vector pressed, right? Like when you first press it, it sets the vector or something. Get action strength. Maybe this is why I didn't do it that way. There's action press. No, that's simulating one being pressed. Is anything pressed? Yeah, I mean, that's the only issue is that this will constantly be getting whatever the D-pad is instead of only when it's pressed. So maybe this isn't something I want to actually do. It's fine. Look left. Those shouldn't be just pressed. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I think I just need to say if look direction dot length is greater than 0, then we do this. But I will comment that out just in case. This is basically just saying if you start using the analog stick to look around, then it's going to set this building offset back to 0. All right. So a lot of this stuff is fine. I'm not going to go through and like fix every single little minor thing. But yeah. Camera stuff. I was kind of wondering what the proper on initial press event was. Yeah. Yeah, it's on just pressed. So that'll only emit or be true for 1 frame on the frame that you press the button down. So end up adding a custom timer to handle holding down for my thing. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's just press, which is the initial press, and then there's also just released too, if you want to know when a button is released and stuff. So being able to check for all that stuff is very nice. And then just saying is action pressed is just constantly checking if it's held down. So you can do a lot of stuff, like say you want to do something when you first press it, something when it's actively held down, and then something when you release the button. So pretty helpful. Yeah, this one I ended up grabbing from the docks, then working around. Yeah. Check floor. So that's the setting the sounds and stuff. Okay. I'm not gonna worry about that one. Check artifact is kind of inefficient. And the reason for this is because I'm checking every single frame if our inventory has a certain item, which is kind of bad. I mean, honestly, I'm gonna be real. The inventory functions are so fast, it doesn't have any performance impact, at least any that's like measurable. But I just don't like the concept. I don't know. I also don't like, I mean, I don't know. It's tricky sometimes with this. I mean, what would be nice if I just had a list that I already get the items from and I just check the list instead of having to check the inventory every time. But then again, is it really that much better? You know, because get count honestly is an extremely simple function, right? It's just gonna loop through. It's gonna say if it's, you know, got the same whatever. Check if it's the same ID. If it's the same ID, then say the count is plus the amount. So it's really not that bad of a function. It's probably okay. I'm only gonna focus on stuff that's kind of a big issue, I think, right now, so. But yeah, something that is a big issue that I do want to fix is the player animation stuff, because I don't really have any control over that. So on our function play animation, I would love a timer, so that I could just say, play this animation for 1 second, and it's just easy, right? So I'm gonna say time, right? By default is 0, so it just doesn't do anything. So then I'm gonna say, if time is greater than 0, then I'm gonna say get tree, right, dot create timer. Timer is that. Then dot timeout. I'm gonna say dot connect to our function here. If your inventory is a dictionary, you could check if key exists. The inventory is an array, so that's why I can't really check for that, unfortunately. Because the way, like, I'd have to loop through each dictionary and check if the key is the same, or like the name or the ID in each dictionary in the array. Basically how it's organized is like this, right? We have an array, then we have a dictionary, and in each of those dictionaries we have a thing like this, which is ID, and that's gonna be Starground, item, cool, you know, or whatever. So I mean, honestly, the function that set up, it basically has no measurable performance impact, so I think it's okay. With you on the constant if checks and main game loops, but eventually there's no way around it to some degree. Yeah. As long as you can mitigate running the if check on a single instance of something rather than on every spawn instance of something. Yeah. Like, I've definitely... Those things have really mattered on the buildings that require it. For example, I used to do in Starground, I would do stuff like that on... Hold on, what's going on here? Oh, create timer doesn't have any... Duh. So I would used to do that with the breakable script, and the problem is that everything inherited from the breakable script. So it was just really inefficient because it would be inheriting a process event for everything. So getting rid of that in the breakable script was a really big help. And I've changed a lot of things since. What I do now is for like the shaking and stuff of the building is I just use like a tween and stuff, right? So it's definitely helped. But yeah. And it's the same with the buildable script. So like all the buildings are now way faster than they used to be. There's still a lot more optimization I need to do. I think one of the biggest optimizations that would help are movers. Because movers tend to be pretty slow just because there's so much logic that they have to check. And it's understandable. You got to make sure that they put the right items in the right spots at the right times. But I think there's a better way I can do it. It's possible for me to convert all of the movers over to a signal-based approach. Right now, how the movers work is they're kind of checking every single frame for when an item is ready to be moved, which obviously is inefficient. What I'm thinking about instead, I think this is going to be best to draw it. We could do where, like, okay, we have a building here. Its inventory just changed. Now, this building will send a signal over here, right, to our mover that's putting items into the building to update instead. So it's just way more efficient, because then this mover basically does nothing until the building tells it to. Now, the reason why I haven't implemented that yet is because it's a lot of work. Because I have to make sure every single building is using the but the functions I made for the inventory components. Because if there's any building that ever modifies its inventory without those, then the mover doesn't work. So that's kind of the issue. That's why I haven't done it yet. But that is, I think, going to be a massive performance increase. Do you have any pro tips with the particles in Godot? Yeah, CPU versus GPU. Yeah, they both have pros and cons. One thing I really like about CPU particles, I know people hate on me for using CPU particles, but hear me out. They're very easy to set up. Everything is just right here, ready to go. You put the stuff in, and the particles just work. And honestly, for things that don't play very often, like if this is just a quick little couple particles shoot out and then it's done in 1 second, use CPU particles. Don't even bother setting up a GPU particle system. You know, the performance impact of something like that is so minuscule that you won't even be able to tell or record it. So don't even worry about it. Now, there are cases, though, where you definitely should use GPU particles instead, right? GPU particles, the big pro, obviously, is that they are hardware focused, so the GPU renders them basically like a shader instead of it being a CPU process. So if you have something that's constantly emitting, or something very large with lots of particles, definitely use a GPU particle instead. They are a little more annoying to set up because you have to create a particle process and all that business, but they are better. Yeah, I'm developing for web browser and a Mac, so working with CPU particles seems to me like a way to make sure the app is playable on more devices. Yeah, do they fall back to the CPU under the hood? I don't know. I would imagine that... Actually, I might know. I had an issue recently, not recently, but a while ago, when I was making a pizza pit. And I think I noticed that the particles on Pizza Pit, the GPU particles weren't working. Like, let's load this up really quick. Yeah, so they're not working. Actually, I think these are GPU particles, though. So I do think GPU particles work. I just think there's a couple things that are weird with them. They might have patched this in more recent Godot versions, but essentially what's happening here is it's doing the on collision thing, and it's supposed to spawn in another particle that drops down into the pit. But it doesn't for some reason, and I don't know why. I think it's just a Godot bug, and hopefully they've fixed it since, but yeah, I don't know if they fall back to CPU. I would imagine that they do. But that's something you'd probably have to test, is like purposely run a web version without access to a GPU, because I honestly don't know. I couldn't tell you for sure if they do or not. But I've never really had any issues with using GPU particles. Nobody has ever had particle issues with Starground, so I don't think that GPU particles are a bad thing. Yeah, I'll do some experimenting at some point. Nice. Yeah, definitely let me know, because that is something nice to keep in mind, especially if I'm, you know, ever doing any web stuff, so. But yeah. Main project right now is going to be a single word game with a lot going on. Oh yeah, interesting. Just planning to make the game with training weights on. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, I hope that goes well. Yeah, definitely let me know what you find with the particle stuff. Not like a World of Warcraft MMO. yeah, like a Snake IO casual MMO, yeah. No, that's pretty cool. I like that idea. Yeah, I wish I was better about, like... I mean, how are you handling, like, the networking for that? Are you just gonna be renting out a server and paying for the server every month? Because I do have some things I'm gonna have to figure out. One thing I wanted to figure out better was like matchmaking, right? With games, but I don't really want to have to pay for servers. Yeah, DigitalOcean has droplets. I have a $4. Okay, $4 a month small server for website hosting. Yeah. I don't know. $12 one has 2 gigabytes of RAM. Okay. It's not bad. Yeah, I just hate having to pay monthly for things, honestly. I've always wanted to make a game that, like, uses a server backend, but I just don't want the server shutting down one day to be a problem. I think it's more fine for, like, a website thing like that, but I imagine for an actual, like, Steam game that you buy and stuff, it's probably, I don't know. Do for $4, yeah. I just don't know, because also it's like the issue of scalability if I ever needed to. I don't know. I think it'd be better just to try and use Steam's networking functions, at least for my case, right? Because I know that I'm never going to have scalability issues with that. Yeah, I can't really get too detailed into my plans for that because it involves some secrets, but one day, once we actually get moving on it. So using these is fundamentally helping improve my networking skill set? Oh yeah, for sure, I would imagine. Yeah, learning about like server stuff is something I really want to do eventually, because like I've kind of got local like peer-to-peer stuff like kind of in my head, understanding that a lot better, but I haven't messed with like server multiplayer, so I'm gonna have to figure that out. Yeah, there's just much more lightweight than using Amazon Web Servers, yeah. Yeah, I see that. I imagine you probably don't really need to use AWS for a lot of cases. I mean, yeah. Paradigm of a WebSocket main server is actually a lot easier than peer-to-peer, in my opinion. Yeah. I have no idea how WebSockets work. It requires external scoped knowledge, yeah. Yeah, how do WebSockets work? I mean, I know it's like creating a connection to a server or something, so that you can like listen for server events or something. I don't know though. I have no idea how it works. Yeah. Maybe one day I'll research that more and actually try and figure it out. Is it working on? Oh yeah, this thing. Just forgot. So that's going to create a timer, and then on timeout. So in here we're just going to say that's it. Okay, so I'm right. That's kind of funny. Okay. Well, that does sound pretty nice then. Because yeah, I think it would be cool to, I don't know, understand that stuff better, and like maybe I could even I don't know, just set up more multiplayer stuff. I always thought it'd be cool to like do that with like a leaderboard or something, you know, for other games in the future. Let's check this out. Okay. Yeah, same pattern. Okay. Yeah, call every time a message comes in. Okay, so that's really not that hard. So basically you just connect it up with the WebSocket, and whenever the message gets sent by the server, you just do stuff. Yeah. Yeah, because this is what I was trying to figure out with like Twitch stuff, like how that works. So I guess Twitch, for their API, uses WebSockets. Because I would love if I could also get the WebSockets set up with YouTube, so that I can read the YouTube chat. Because right now I can't read it. Unless I open YouTube, which kind of sucks, because the restream chat always misses stuff, so it's frustrating. Yeah. So this is just creating the client. You're just saying connect to the server, I presume with an IP and a port, right? And yeah, there's probably other things in here. Yeah, username and token and stuff. Or I guess for like a website, it would just be a URL, right? Yeah. This one uses a Twitch framework to handle the APIs as it connects to channels. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I would love to dive into this stuff because I think it's such a cool networking stuff is really cool. I think all the hard things are really cool and interesting, you know? Shaders are super hard and networking can be really hard, but at the same time, I think that difficulty is for a reason. It's because like there's so much to learn and so many things you can do with it. I don't know. I would love to get really good at networking and shaders, because I think if you have those two in your belt, you can freaking do anything, you know? There's just so... the possibilities are just unlimited with that stuff, you know? If everything you do on a day-to-day would be considered hard to many. Yeah, I guess I could see that too, right? Grass is always, I don't know, less green on the other side. Yeah. I think a lot of things just feel intimidating. Yeah, no, I totally understand that. Like, when I first started learning multiplayer stuff, I thought it was like this, it was so nebulous in my head and so, I thought it was going to be impossible and so complicated. But then when I actually dive into it, I'm like, it's not that hard. You know, you have a server, clients connect to the server or the host, whatever, and you just sync data between. All it is just an illusion of creating this consistent world, right? It's not like you're actually connected to like this consistent thing, like that the data on your computer is the same data, if that makes any sense. Basically, all you're doing is saying, load into the same world that everybody has on their client, and then just send the data over that you need to keep things updated. So it's really not that bad once you kind of understand it. Granted, there is a physical element of your brain neurons like learning, but that's just everything. Yeah. No, I think it's like not really that bad. You actually get into it, I think it's pretty good. You could do it the other way, but wouldn't be very performant. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's another interesting thing about like shaders and multiplayer networking stuff is there's so many ways also to do the same thing. And like for different use cases and stuff. It's very interesting. But yeah. I mean, yeah, with shaders, I could think of 1,000 ways to make the same shader. It's like, I don't know. It's really, it's kind of fun. Yeah, I'm just diving back into shaders. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of shader stuff with this dungeon recently, and I've been enjoying it. You know, I feel like with learning new things like this, like I used to have no idea how to do shader stuff. I didn't know how to write them for any engine. I didn't know anything about GLSL, but I decided that like I'm actually just gonna try and do it. Like I'm gonna mess around with shaders. I'm gonna try. I really started just modifying with Starground stuff, like taking a shader online and tweaking things and see what it does. But now I think I'm finally getting to a point where like I'm actually able to create my own, which is really good. I think once you hit that point where it's like you become self-sustaining, it becomes so much easier to learn more. Because then it's like, okay, you've got the basics and stuff. Now you can like just start just jumping in and doing it. There's no more hand holding. And I think that's a really good, it's very, feels good to be in that spot, you know? Are we back? I don't know what's going on. Randomly in the middle of the stream, sometimes that's been happening recently, where OBS just decides to disconnect. I think it's something wrong with Restream's server or something. I think I'm going to swap what server I'm connected to, because it consistently happens at this time every stream. So I don't know. It's weird. But, okay. I disabled ping cord in time, I think, before it sent out another notification, so we're gaming. Okay. Immediately, as soon as I saw that, I'm like, oh shoot. So yeah, we're good. But anyways, yeah, sorry to cut off. Didn't like paying the monthly internet bill, yeah. Nah, I don't think it's my internet, because it's not my internet's still on. It's just, yeah, something with the streaming server, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, the feeling of all of a sudden realizing you become proficient at something. Yeah, it's super awesome. Yeah, it's great. Because then it just becomes this like feedback loop of like, you know, just doing things by yourself helps you learn more things. It's kind of great. Then you get that developer imposter / ego cycle for a while. Yeah. That kind of never really goes away. But I don't know. It fades. So, hey, welcome in. I forgot the name. It's been a minute, but that train game you made. Yeah. Coal Keeper. Yeah, how long were you using Blender before you were able to bang all that out? Yeah. I've been using, I mean, I've had a lot of like periods of times where I use Blender a bunch and then I just stop for like a year, you know? Like I've been using Blender way more recently than I ever have in my life. Just more consistently, right? Where like I'll probably open up Blender at least once a week now. But yeah, I'd say like I first started getting into Blender maybe around 2020. When I first started working seriously on Pogo Rocket, which was my first game on Steam, all of the stuff in Pogo Rocket is 3D modeled. So that was some really great experience for like how to do stuff in Blender. I don't think these models were that good, but it's fine. It taught me a lot about like how do you do materials in Blender and stuff and hard body modeling. The thing I still suck at with Blender is character modeling, right? I have no idea how to do that. Like sculpting and stuff, I don't know. That's something I need to practice more. But yeah, I'd say like a couple of years, you know, I kind of started messing with in 2020 and then spent, you know, 2021, 2022 working pretty consistently with Blender, and then sort of took a little bit of a break, but you know, I try and use it where I can. It's a really helpful tool, especially for pixel art, funny enough. But being able to render something out and model it in Blender and then export it and use that as like a framework for me to create pixel art sometimes is really helpful, especially for sprites and stuff that are really large and complicated. Because now in Starground, the sprite for the mushroom boss is actually rendered out in Blender. right? So this is the mushroom boss sprite. That's the old one. It's called Dreadcap now. Like, all of this is actually a Blender model that I exported with some different shaders and stuff to look like pixel art. And I think it works really well. It speeds up this process so much of creating bosses. It helps a lot. Yeah, I just saw that post too. Yeah, somebody modeling this stuff out, like the cave and stuff. I know the exact post you're talking about. But it's really helpful. I was like, yeah, that's absolutely a good, you know, way to do it. Yeah, Blender's a really, really practical skill. I'm glad that I, like, spent the time to dive into Blender and learn it, because it's really helpful. And it's helpful for more things than you'd think, right? Because I use Blender for all sorts of things. First off, I use Blender for modeling things out and converting it into pixel art, just so I can get all the shading and perspective and stuff really accurate, which is always good. I also just use it for just straight up 3D assets and stuff for games or whatever, right? And also, I use Blender for 3D printing. I make a lot of like models and stuff that I 3D print. So that's been really interesting. That gets into almost like the CAD kind of like space of like not just like modeling, but like real world modeling of like what tolerances should you put on this model given the constraints of the material you're creating it out of and stuff like that, right? It gets really interesting. Because it's like, okay, what is the... Because, like, it depends also on the plastic I'm printing with, too, right? I think as, like, a general rule of thumb, it's best to have, like, a 0.2 millimeter margin around everything, just so that, like, mechanical parts that have to fit together, so you make a lid or something, it has enough space to snap on, and, like, it's not going to be too tight or too loose. I don't know, it's really interesting. 3D printing seems super cool. It is pretty awesome. I do enjoy 3D printing stuff. I mean, it's honestly pretty easy to get started with, especially if you get like a newer 3D printer. When I got my first 3D printer, it was very hands-on. I had to do all the bed leveling manually and stuff, and it was yeah, kind of a nightmare. But my new printer that I got pretty recently is kind of awesome. It's the Ender K1 Max. And this is a nice little printer. It's a very big printer, so I can print all sorts of huge things, which is really nice. And the way that they've just kind of simplified everything is kind of nice, because I can just use this as a LAN printer. I can just send over the file. I don't have to take my little micro SD card and get my adapter and transfer the files over. Like, I literally just open up my program, LAN print, and boom, it's over on the printer and it's ready to go. It's so much nicer. And it's also got a camera, so I can like look at what's happening in the printer and stuff on my phone if I want, just to check up on the progress. It's pretty great. It's got all sorts of stuff. It's got like sensors for spaghettification and stuff. If your print fails, it knows. It's very nice. Yeah, like getting a printer like this. I mean, obviously this is a big boy printer. It's not cheap, but there are cheaper printers that kind of automate the process really well. The Ender printers are usually pretty cheap, but it's nice. It makes the whole thing really easy, because then all you have to do if you want to print something, just head over to Thingiverse, you know? Thingiverse has a billion different prints that you can do. This is where I get most of my prints. If I can't find it here, then I model it myself, but you know, usually somebody else has already done the heavy lifting for me, so. But it's really nice. There's tons of prints here. You know, it's like, cool, look at this tree guy. You know? Let's print him. You just download the file, put it into your slicer program. Kira is really good. I've been using the Creality printer just because it works really well with this printer, but Kira is probably what I'd recommend. So, hey, Zalotech, welcome in. We're currently just having a little tangent about 3D printing, but I am working on Starground. I'll show you what we've got going on in a minute. But yeah, 3D printing is really cool. It's very nice, and honestly, the biggest thing that I've enjoyed with 3D printing is not necessarily the little gizmos and stuff. Those are fun, but just the practicality of it. Like, there's been so many cases where I've had things break, and now it's not this, like, impossible thing, or I have to try and find it online somewhere and pay $70 for replacement. All I have to do is, like, because recently we had our screen door handle break, right? And our screen door is old. We couldn't find a replacement anywhere, so I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna model it. And I modeled it, and it's good. It works, right? Just stuff like that. Being able to replace things really easily and cheaply is kind of nice. Because a roll of filament's like $20, and that's a kilogram of plastic. So, you know, it's pretty good. You can do a lot of printing with that much plastic. So, like, replacing that door handle cost less than $1 for me. I mean, of course, there's electricity costs, but I can't imagine it's that much, so... My handyman has a 3D printer. Yeah, it's really useful. And just like all sorts of little things that I need, like my brother has this little scale. It's like a little tiny precise scale, and he needed a case. So I'm like, okay, I'll just 3D model one. And it's nice because you can make it perfect. Like, I was able to like make a little inset for the tools and stuff and for the instruction manual, and it fits perfectly. So it's actually really cool. You can make stuff really easily. But yeah, 3D printing's cool. And I think as time goes on, it's just going to get better and better. The only, like, thing that I, like, want out of 3D printing that I just can't do right now is, like, just more durable parts. Things that are more precise and, you know, metal and wood, if I could do that. But here's the thing, is that there's CNC machines, right? And so these are pretty cool, like CNC, I guess, what would you call that? Hobby machine. Like these, the precision CNCs that you can get. So these are pretty cool because you can just cut out a big sheet of wood or metal. And so if you do need that precision or strength of a wood or metal part, then these are actually kind of sick. You know, these are really expensive. This one's $6,000, but, you know, I'm definitely thinking about getting one. Not one that's $6,000, but a cheaper one like this. But it's really cool. I would love to be able to make metal parts, because it's the one, like, material that it's kind of locked to me right now. I've done a lot of woodworking stuff, you know. I made my desk. You know, woodworking is pretty fun. I've made a lot of furniture and stuff. It's I don't know. It's enjoyable. But yeah, I would love to be able to do metal, though. That's the final frontier. So what I'm hearing is 3D printing is a gateway drug. Yeah, probably. It does open you up to a whole bunch of other fun things that you want to do. They've also got, like, the crazy ones now where basically it's like a powder printing machine. You just, like, stack up a bunch of powder, and then it goes through and heats up the powder, and so you're basically forming this metal part out of just a bunch of metal dust. It's really cool. One of those would be awesome, but they're really expensive. Those are like actual industrial machines. Like, I can't afford that unless I was rich, so. Yeah, I'm sure our computers alone use more power than a 3D printer. Probably, yeah. I mean, the biggest power consumption from a 3D printer is just going to be the heating. But honestly, I think the biggest power draw is probably just the initial heating of the bed and nozzle. I bet after that's done and it's just maintaining heat, it's probably not too bad, you know. And it also just depends on how much you print and stuff, so I don't know. Let me take a look at this. Yeah. That's what it's like. Once you start printing, you don't go back. No, it's fun, though. Yeah, I find myself printing less of these little knickknacks, because once you print so many things, like, it's fun initially for the novelty, but then you realize, it's just kind of plastic crap laying around my room. I don't really need it. But the practical stuff like this, creating a little bracket or something, you know, little cable organizers is really cool. Being able to do that is awesome. Just being able to fix things and improve things really easily and cheaply is kind of awesome. I never do any of the big crazy stuff like creating drawers and stuff. When it gets to that, I'd rather either just make a drawer out of wood or just buy one because it's just not worth the plastic. But for little tiny things, I think it's absolutely worth it, right? A little stand or a little mount or something, right? Very useful. Shelf brackets, you could do a plastic shelf bracket. I don't know how stable it would be, but I guess for light things. Yeah, anyways, that's enough of that tangent. Pretty cool stuff, though. I do need to get they came out with a K2, which is, it's too bad, I'm missing out. But that's always how it goes. One thing that's super cool about the K2 is you can do multi-filament printing like this. It's so cool. I think there's an add-on for my printer that lets me do the color printing, so I may look into getting that because it sounds pretty awesome. Because I would love to be able to print something with 2 filaments and then not have to paint it after, like it's just ready to go. That'd be really cool. So yeah, maybe I'm gonna look into that. Anyways, sorry for the enormous tangent, but yeah, 3D printing's cool. So we're working on Starground. This is my automation and dungeoning game. What we're working on right now today is a new dungeon area, so we can go to that and check it out. We've been working on these zip lines, and they're looking pretty good now. You can go across them and stuff, and I just need to add in sounds and all that jazz, you know. It's not too hard. And ideally, maybe like a little hook or something that gets displayed above the player when they're on the zip line, just so it doesn't look stupid. I'm probably also gonna make it so I hide the tools and stuff that the player's holding. Just because, you know, it looks kind of bad. Maybe we go ahead and create some variables for like remembering what the last tool held was, so that we can be like, okay, the last tool was the weapon 2 at a subindex of 0. So that way I can, you know, go back to what the last last weapon was after I make it go invisible. I don't know. I have to think about what I want to do for that. I mean, I basically already do have that. I have the last, but I don't have the last one. I guess that's if I'm changing and I need to go back, but I guess I could just make it go invisible depending on what's being held and then make it go visible again. It's not too bad, actually. What'd you do to lock player movement on the zipline? Probably it's way easier. But I've been having a small issue with a similar mechanic. Honestly, what I'm doing is I'm just lerping the player position. It's pretty easy, so I'll show you the code. Or I'm not lerping, I'm tweening it. So whenever the player attaches to the door, I check here like, okay, is this the player? Then I go ahead and do all this stuff. So I say, I'm getting the body in the global position, and I don't know if are you programming in Godot or something else? It is gone. The soda is gone, guys. But yeah, in Godot. Okay, GDScript, nice. So yeah, tweens are very nice. I bow down to the tween gods because tweens are super useful and you can use them for all sorts of stuff. So what I'm doing is I'm just tweening the player position. So I'm saying, you know, set the initial player position to the starting point of my door or the starting anchor of the zip line. And then I just create a new tween, right? I say tween, create tween, get tree.create tween. I am running the tween on the player, which is the body in this case, changing their global position over time. And then this is the target ending value of this argument. So I'm just saying the position of the other anchor of the zip line. And then I'm just saying for how long it lasts. For this, I'm just grabbing the distance between the two zip lines divided by the speed of the player, or the speed of the player that I want moving. So it's pretty easy. But yeah, that's basically it. So it's just sort of locking the player's position on using the tween. And then once the tween is over, it stops locking on with the tween, and then I'm free to move. So it's really easy. Tweens are awesome for stuff like that, you know? And there's so many good ways to use tweens. Like, I use tweens for the conveyor belts in the game. Like when you put an item on a conveyor belt. I used to do it where every single frame I was like manually updating the position in code, but I realized how slow that was. Like if I just throw some items on here, the movement of these items are just running as a tween, and it works great. I don't have any issues with it. It just smoothly moves along. It's really great for performance because the engine is able to optimize it really well. You don't have to throw in a process event to do it. So, yeah, tweens are awesome. I think you could probably use a tween in your case if you're doing zipline stuff. And you could cancel a tween in the middle too. You can say like tween.kill if you want to end the tween early. So, say you have some kind of function where you know, click or jump off the zip line or something, right? It's really easy to implement something like that. So, yeah, I mean, with the tween, it's basically like, we're practically done here. I just have to change this animation to run through the new function stuff we set up. And I want to give the player like a little zip line hook above just to look like they're not dragging and grinding their head against a rope. Like they're actually holding onto a zip line, so yeah. So we got an ad starting in a minute here. My apologies, gamers. Alright. So I think this function here should work. I think there's easing methods too. Yeah, there is like an easing function, I think. I've kind of messed around with it, but it still requires you to have like a process event or keep track of a time variable. So I think they're useful for some cases, but tweens seem to be more versatile. So welcome back, Oshik. We got an ad starting in a minute here, guys. I apologize. I can't hold it off any longer. So all right. So this is going to pass in the animation name, whether it's reversed, and the time. So pretty easy. Now in the player, whenever the door activates, I just say, I don't have to do any of this cutscene lock stuff. I mean, I guess I can do that, but I don't have to do the holding fish thing, because that seems odd. And that means I can get rid of this whole business. So I'm just going to say play roll. We are not going to play reverse, and then I'm going to say the time is just equal to the same time as our tween, which is distance divided by speed. Or wait, no. The time is... yeah. Or wait, no, yeah, that's right. Steven, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Yeah, actually, no, we don't do that one there. We want to do it on the other one. The roll just plays, but this one we say false and the time of that, yeah. Cool. Oh, well, actually, I do need to do the time for the roll because it's going to, I need to know how long that roll would last. I don't know. It's easy enough. Add a code to set my velocity to 0 and make a state variable with a timer. I don't know if it works for what I'm trying to do, but it doesn't feel as clean as yours looks. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty similar to what I'm doing. Are you getting ads right now, or are you good? I don't want to like describe all this if you can't even hear what I'm saying. Let's see here. So yeah, this has to also play that for long enough for this to end. I need some way to be able to play an animation, and like, I do like the time concept, because for something like this, it's good, like I can choose how long I want that to play for. But now I also need some way of like saying, play this one, and then when it's finished, go ahead and reset the pause thing, right? Yeah, that's probably what I need to do. Maybe it just depends on the number that I put in, maybe -1 or something, but that seems unintuitive. Let's see here. Because we could put in another variable here that's like finish or something. So like it'll force it to play out before another one can play. All right, we're back from the ads. My apologies. But yeah, to answer your thing, yeah. I mean, I think that works, you know, with the timer and stuff. Basically what I'm doing here is I'm doing a pretty similar thing. I don't even set the velocity to 0 because the thing with tweening is that it'll just force your position to be whatever the tween is set to, regardless of what your velocity is. So I guess that's one nice thing about the tween. It is pretty simple and clean in that sense, right? Yeah, you could try it out. You could try out the tween system and see if it does what you want. I think it's pretty nice, pretty easy. I just start the tween and it does all of it for me. I have to know the distance between my starting position and my end point and also the speed, but it's not really a big deal to calculate. I just say, well, get the distance between here and my target position. And I already know the speed of the player, right? It's just whatever the length of my velocity is, so it's pretty easy. But yeah. Yeah, you're welcome to copy this code if you want to take a look at it, so I'll leave it open for 1 second. And now moving on. All right. Okay, so what's the next step here? So yeah, I want to make a variable in here so like it forces this animation to finish first. I like the time thing, but I think it'd also be cool if, you know, that would be the same length as in here. Maybe what I can do is something like, what do I do when I roll? Because that's a good question. I think I say if not rolling. Right, for the animation stuff? Okay, I just set cutscene lock to true. Probably. But no, I don't. I guess what I'm just saying in that case is down in here. If I'm rolling, then I just constantly set it to the roll animation. So that seems inefficient. Oh, my neck kind of hurts for some reason. Right there hurts. I don't know why. It's not like a skin hurt. Is it the cancer lump? Hopefully not. I must have done something weird in my neck. Okay. Play animation. Yeah, so I mean, instead of constantly checking, like, that just seems stupid. I think I can do that better by just saying, make sure that the animation actually finishes before it starts doing the automatic animations. Right. So reverse false time is 0, finish. So now I'm just going to say time is greater than 0. I think if I just say, if I set it to -1, then that will be basically just go until the animation is finished. Right? If time is -1, then go until animation is done. So if time is greater than 0, we're going to do all that. Otherwise, I'm just going to say this. If it's -1, otherwise if it's greater than 0, otherwise if it's 0, just do the default. So in this case, I'm going to say holding fish is true, and we're going to change the name of that variable to like pause animation or whatever. Then all this stuff. And then all I'm going to say is just this. We say main sprite dot animation finished, right? Dot connect. And that'll just connect to a little quick function that says holding fish is false. So pretty easy. It just it's a little quick thing that lets me play out the animation. And then otherwise it'll just do like the time that it takes that I specify in here. So now if I go ahead and go to the door and here where I say play animation roll, I'm going to say false, then time will be -1. Cool. All right, is there anything else I need to do in here then? Yeah, so it's gonna play caught. And that's gonna go for the time that it takes for me to get to the end of the thing. So hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And then down here, when I do the roll animation, it's just gonna say set everything back as soon as you're actually done with the rolling. Yeah. And I do cutscene lock so the player can't move around and stuff because it'll just be stupid. So I think I'm gonna have to restart the game because I changed the function. So let's try this out. I hope it works. And it's great because this function also works like with multiplayer, right? So I can just, whenever I play the animation, I pass it through and it just does the stuff on the client. So thank you for the hydrate. Yes, this is just a better way to do it. Hey, welcome in. How are you? I was wanting to start programming. Do you have any tips on where to start? Yeah, I think it's fine to watch tutorials and stuff. I just wouldn't immediately start jumping into like the massive 4 hours of everything you need to know to become an expert programmer, because it's just, you're gonna get really confused. Anybody would, right? You're being thrown a million pieces of information, and it's just, it's too much. So I think the better thing is like, honestly, I think the first thing is like write out what are your goals and what are you trying to achieve, right? Are you wanting to learn how to make games? Are you wanting to start programming, you know, applications or web stuff? And just think of like, you know, a cool little idea or project to do that would help you learn about that thing, right? So for example, let's say you wanted to learn, you know, how do I want to make a game. So you can say, okay, well, let's just start with like a character that can move, right? Character, maybe they can move left and right, and they can jump. So now you've defined like a goal and you can start to learn how to actually do these things. And I think that's important. Learning with a goal in mind, I think, is very helpful because it kind of guides you when you're unsure on what you need to look up and stuff. So now it's like, okay, I'm gonna make a guy that moves. You can look up a tutorial. How do I make a guy move? Yeah, so with application websites, it's sort of the same concept, right? Just think of a different or some kind of website that you want. Like, okay, I want to make a, I don't know, simple little website that just as a first website, it just says, you know, hello. And that's like your goal, right? So then once you do that, you can look up videos like, okay, how do you make a website? You're going to run into stuff like HTML. And then you can start like, okay, I need to use HTML to make a website. Now you can look up a tutorial. What's the syntax of HTML? So that's the sort of process I would go. And one thing that's always really helpful is documentation, right? So find some documentation. Documentation will be extremely helpful. Because what it does is it'll describe everything and explain it all to you. So like, okay, if you're making a website and you want to do like a body tag, you can learn about like, okay, what is a body tag? What does it do? All these different things. So it's really helpful. Documentation will always be like it's like the instruction manual, you know? You're not gonna build furniture without your instruction manual, so you shouldn't program without your documentation. And if you're specifically wanting to do like website stuff, I think W3 Schools is a great resource for understanding all this stuff, right? Knowing how to use, like, set up basic HTML files and stuff, and like, this is just the basics of website stuff, and I think it's really helpful, because if you understand all this stuff, it's gonna, yeah, it'll help. But this goes into a bunch of stuff in here with HTML. I mean, and then you've also, like, there's some other different things for web design. I honestly, I'm not a web developer, so I don't really know. But I know there's, like, React, which a lot of people use for website stuff. I would probably watch some YouTube videos about what people recommend. I've heard of Node.js and stuff. Angular, I don't know. There's a whole bunch of different, these are like different, you know, frameworks that you can use to make websites more easily. So whenever I've done it, I've always just done the super basics. I've used jQuery, JavaScript, and CSS and HTML, which honestly isn't a good way to design a website, so don't do that. Yeah, just start diving into things. Watch YouTube videos, start getting more familiar with, you know, how do you actually do this stuff and the basics. Don't, like, immediately try and aim for this big completed thing, because it's hard to do it that way. Like, don't go into learning how to program and telling yourself, I'm gonna make a website just like Amazon with backend and purchases, and it's way too complicated. Start with baby steps and learn the basics before you start going on to more difficult, complicated things. And it's the same exact process again with applications. So you can use all sorts of different things. It just depends. Pick a programming language. It doesn't really matter what. You know, maybe like Rust would be good for that. I don't know. But again, it's just a thing of like, okay, look up some things and guides on how to do it. I've made applications in Godot, so you could technically use like a game engine if you really wanted to. There's probably editors and stuff that are better suited for applications versus a game. You could probably load up VS Code and find some kind of library or API to let you do like window functions and stuff like that. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know how to do all that stuff, but it wouldn't be too hard to figure it out. You just gotta do some research. So, but hopefully that's helpful. Yeah, documentation, YouTube videos. Don't aim too big initially, because it's just gonna make it a nightmare to do. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So let's see how this looks. Yeah, that looked good. Did the stuff I wanted. So is that it? I guess so. Just go across. Okay, that one didn't work. I don't know why sometimes it doesn't play. I'm not sure. I think it's like a timing thing or something where it already gets into the animation, or maybe I just didn't even notice. Maybe it did play and I just didn't see it. Right? It's tricky. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to really closely watch this. That one definitely played. I need to make the tool go away, or the weapon go away when you do that, you know? I wonder if it also looks bad, like, as you're rolling, that your weapon is still visible? I feel like that one's probably fine, but I don't know. It seems weird to have your weapon visible when you're on the zipline, to me. I don't know. Just seems odd, you know? Because when you're on the zipline, you're going to have to hold on to the hook. So I think it's like the player would put their weapon or tool away for a minute. Yeah. So let's do that, perhaps. So what I should be able to do is just hide the player's stuff. So I think I can just say, right, if we're the player, if body dot selected tool is 0, otherwise we're going to say body dot, right, to hide the tool. Change tool, that would hide it. Almost feel like I need a function like to just hide the tools and stuff I don't want to see, right? Like if I make the fishing hand visible or something, it makes all the other ones invisible. Because I don't ever want those things to be visible at the same time. Because then I can also just take all this code out of here and do it. And just to make sure, I don't think I've done anything like that before. I think at the beginning I think I have one for like hide player or something. Set, you know, visibility. Toggle visibility. But that just does the entire visibility of the player, so that's not really a, you know, a thing. Yeah, so I think I want to create a new function. This is going to be function set tool visibility, right? And then we're going to have well, I'll just say status, because it's like we already have the selected tool or whatever we have, so I only want to do it for whatever we're holding. So if selected tool is equal to 0, this is where we can do all this stuff up here, right? We're going to probably copy all this stuff out of here. So basically we just say if it's 0, laser is visible. If it's 1, the hand and weapon is visible. Otherwise, the hand weapon is visible. Okay. And then at the beginning, I'm also going to set all that stuff to false. Basically just taking this stuff out of here. Right? Yeah. Boom. Boom. All that stuff. So if it's 0, laser visible true. I think that's pretty much it there. And then we just say, you know, if subselected tool, or I'm actually just going to say this, match, right? Subselected tool, if it's 0, if it's 1, and if it's 2. Right, all this stuff in here. So that's going to be the mining hand. I think 1, I'm pretty sure, is the shovel. But I don't remember. So all that's doing is just setting whichever one it is to be visible. Oh god. Just like that. Easy enough. And then otherwise, if the tool is not 0, then I just settle this stuff. Yeah, so I should just set all this stuff to be invisible at the beginning there. Just do all this, right? So yeah, I'm setting a bunch of this stuff to be invisible. Weaponed hand visible is true, huh? I guess that's fine. So let's check down in here. So 0, I'm not going to do any of this stuff I'm already doing now. Laser will be visible. I can get rid of all this stuff, right? Get rid of all that stuff. Then here, if it's 1, then the weapon will be visible. Okay. Is that visible? Let's go back up here. This is going to be better this way, so I don't have to do all that stuff in here, and then I can also do that whenever I want. So then otherwise here, I'm saying, I still say hand weapon visible is true. So really we do that regardless. So down here, if I'm just gonna say else for everything else. And this is where we get into the specifics of things, right? This is where we're setting the hand item texture and stuff. We don't even really have to mess with that because this is just setting like the visibility stuff, right? So here we're just going to make sure that both the melee and ranged are invisible. Well, really we're going to do that at the beginning, so we don't even need to do that. We're just going to say both of those are invisible or false. So that's it. Then I'm going to say if sub selected tool is equal to 0, right? So 0 means that we're going to be holding the melee weapon. So we're going to set the visibility of that stuff. So melee will be visible. And then so hand will actually be visible on that one. Let me see. So let's copy all those. And I think that's it. So here we're saying melee visible. Otherwise it means we're on the ranged one, which means I want to do that. I want to make the hand invisible. So I think that'll work. And I'm setting that texture to null every time, so that is something I'm going to have to do up here. Because that does change, like if... Because the hand, if we're, you know, holding like an item or whatever, we got to change the texture of that, so... Like that one's fine, because that's just setting the inventory slot. But for the actual one where we set the texture here of the hand, that's got to change. So yeah, let's move those out. And then here I'm just going to say set tool visibility true. Easy. Because otherwise here, just checking, do we have an item in our selected tool slot? Right. Then if we have more than one of that item or more than 0, then go ahead and set it to the sprite. So I think that should work, I hope. It's going to give us a lot of freedom with how we display the tools and stuff, because I know that I was doing that before with the fishing stuff. Like I was manually setting the things to go invisible. And like, what's all this stuff, right? Oh, that's in set skin. Yeah, no, that's okay. Roll progress. I'm just gonna run through here and make sure there's no cases where I do that again, right? So in set weapon, yeah, set the position and stuff. Set the texture, because that doesn't matter. Either the gun is visible or it isn't. I don't use that hand sprite in multiple places, so it's fine. Then that should be all good, I think. Cool. So I'm just gonna check anywhere where, like, I say dot visible, because that's really what, like, I'm looking for here. Actually, there's a lot of references in here. I mean, this is a big script, so it makes sense. That's UI inventory stuff.
Big boy back it again.
Hey, Robbie, what's up? Welcome in. Yeah, we are back at it today. Right now I'm cleaning up a couple things in the player script, just adding another function so I can really easily set the tool visibility of what the player's holding. So I can just be like, bam, tool's invisible for a minute, and then set it back to be visible again. So it's just gonna be nice, and then it automatically goes through here and kind of does all the stuff of like whether it should be visible or invisible, so it's pretty nice. Change held item, huh? So what do I use that for? Because I say hand weapon hand item dot visible. I'm gonna have to change that. Change held item. Remember that, guys. I'm just kind of quickly going through here and just making sure that there's no, like, no issues in here. That should be fine. Change held item. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we're gonna double check on that because I think I can probably get rid of that now. It seemed like it was something that I probably did before I used yeah, change tool, so. We're getting there. I know there's a lot of references to dot visible here, but I'm just kind of going through and making sure like it's all with stuff I'm expecting here. It should all be like UI visibility stuff or, you know, any other random bits. I just want to make sure it's not any of the player's hands and stuff that I'm setting the visibility of. I know that there is... Choked on my spit. I know there's an area in here where I'm pretty sure I changed... Yeah, right here. I say fishing hands, not visible and stuff. I mean, that's fine. I know that I'm changing the visibility of the tool of the fishing rod somewhere, though, right? I'm pretty sure. Item icon. That's fine. We're getting there. Bobber. I hope I didn't call it a variable, so I won't be able to see it. Well, no, I would see it in here then. I found it. Yeah, so this is the issue right here. I'm saying fishing hands dot invisible and all that business. So this is saying if I catch an item, I say play caught, right? Fishing hands dot visible is false. Or fishing hand. That's like the fishing rod. So get rid of that, and then I'm just gonna say set tool visibility to false. This is gonna be better that way. And then back here, instead of doing that, I'm just gonna say set that back to true. You know what? I can just do this. Instead of having to do a lambda function now, I can just do .bind. Okay. So yeah, that's one of the big ones I wanted to fix. But otherwise, I think we're good to go. Yeah. All right. So I think this will work. It's gonna be something though. So yeah, I don't even need that anymore. So now in here where I'm saying, right, all this stuff. If body is player, play caught. So now I'm gonna say body dot set tool visibility false. And then as soon as we're done over here, and the roll is done and stuff, then I'm gonna set it back to true. So let's try it out. This might potentially cause issues, I don't know. And then yeah, we also need to take a look at the change held item thing, because that might cause some issues, potentially. I mean, if that's only changing the texture, I think it's also changing the visibility, so I have to take a look at that. Alright, so let's try moving our tools around and stuff. So far, so good. Let's try catching a fish, make sure that everything there is normal. Yeah, messing with the bobber visibility stuff is fine. I just want to make sure... Okay. That did not work then. Not sure what happened. So that's with all like the fish stuff. So let's go check out where that happens. That's in change tool. I say fishing hand visible is false. And I say only do it if, right, so... Oh. So I just have to say if status, because basically it's making them all go visible. Yeah. And also, just for this one, I'm gonna say that also goes invisible then for the hand. And then down here, if I'm on selected tool 1, then I'm gonna need to say that the hand is visible, right? Only here, though. Otherwise, also say it's visible. Okay. Let's try that out, guys. I just want everything up here to like default to being invisible. So that if we run this without status, then it makes everything invisible and then the player hands go away for a second. But then, if we call it again and set it back to true, it should automatically select the proper tool given our current selected tool. So like if we're on index 0, we should have the mining laser equipped, right? And so far everything seems to be working fine. Like I can switch to here. That's a bug. For some reason I probably just put the wrong name in. Yep. So if it's 0, I should say melee.visible is true. And I should be setting ranged and stuff to false here. Yeah. So let's try that again. It's interesting. Still showing that I have the gun equipped, which doesn't make any sense. It's definitely odd. Because I'm saying set tool visibility to true. Select tool 0, which is not true. Then here, if it's 1, and our sub-selected tool is 0, then melee should be visible. Just gonna print out in here, just make sure it's being ran, because it should be. It's not. I'm gonna print out all the stuff in here. Is it because I didn't pass and change tool or something? I'm pretty sure I set it to true, but maybe I forgot. Yeah, no, we're good there. Because I set range to visible false, so it shouldn't really happen. I'm going to print a selected tool and sub-selected. It's because I'm using the sub-selected tool, not the sub-selected weapon. That's my issue. We're good now. There we go. Alright, let's go try catching a fish and just make sure that works. Then we're gonna go check the zipline again. But if this all works, it's nice, because now we have a really easy, reliable way of making the hands go invisible. So, I don't know what just happened there. I think I accidentally clicked immediately after I cast it. So my hand should go invisible. Yep, I hold the copper wire. We're good. We're gaming. So let's go over to... And since this is a... it should work on multiplayer, because the change tool and the fishing stuff is all multiplayer, so we should be okay. I'll do some testing, of course, but... You know, this stuff is also just visual, so even if there is a bug and somebody notices it, it's okay, I can just patch it when it shows up. So if I go on here, yes, the hands go invisible. And they reappear once I land. Cool. Well, it works. So... Alright. And now I just need to make the little, like, zipline thing, you know? Which is not really that big of a deal. See, something happened in there, in that one, where I feel like the player changed their direction or something. See what's going on here? It's like canceling the roll. If I hold down a key when I land, right? See that right there? I'm a little confused on that. That one ran. Is it only when I'm holding the weapon? Maybe that's the issue. It is. Something about holding the melee weapon when I get off of the zipline is canceling the roll. And I don't know why. But that's an interesting issue. And I presume it's the same with... I was able to change tools on here. That's probably not good. Yeah, I presume it's the same with this too, right? Yeah, it seems to be. So that's definitely not right. Something is weird with that. So I'm gonna write that down here. Tools are canceling roll animation on zipline. Not tools, but specifically weapons. So I don't know, that's a weird one. I feel like it's overriding the animation or something, but I don't think I do any animation stuff specific to the weapons, right? So I don't know what's up with that. But then sometimes it works if I'm rolling. I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to figure this out. I'm sure it's just some bug somewhere in there that I just kind of overlooked and didn't take into account, so I'm not gonna worry about it. I'll go back through there and look. But that's gonna be it for today's stream. We've been going for 4 hours, so it's time. Thank you everybody for coming. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's going good. I'm glad that I'm kind of spending a little bit of time to go back through and revise the player, because, you know, it kind of needs it, so it's okay. So yeah, let's go look around for somebody to raid.
Chip, the greatest programmer ever.
Thank you, Robbie. I appreciate it. Exodrifter is streaming. It's been a while since I've raided over there, so we could do that. They're doing game development, right? Yeah. All right. Well, thank you everybody for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. Yeah, that was good. Got plenty of stuff done. Ziplines are feeling pretty good. I just have to like make a couple tweaks to things with the player and all the animation stuff, but hopefully it'll be easy to do that. And I know we didn't get to the enemy stuff in the room, so I apologize about that, but yeah, it's okay. We still got things done. All right, I'm gonna start the raid. Thank you, gamers. Feel free to buy Starground on Steam. Join the Discord if you want. And this update will be out on May 16th. So be on the lookout. But yeah. Thank you, gamers. And have a good night or day, whichever it is. Raid message will be Big Boy Raid. Bye, gamers. Bye-bye.